Sure, I'm not really much of a draw. People don't really know who I am anyway.
Oh, well,
Not like
17
I'm
of us,
traveling caller.
17 of us will after this.
All righty. Hopefully you'll think
And
good things.
I can tell you right now, Rich, you seriously underestimate yourself. I knew who you were a long time ago and have been following it for a long time, as well as the resources that you provide.
Well, thank you. Gosh.
don't get into my introduction, Mel.
All right.
All right, we are recording and it is 8 o'clock.
No, it's 11 o'clock. Well, anyway, hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. And probably Sunday for Mel. It's after midnight already. We're back after a 2-week hiatus due to holidays and a variety of things. And it's great being back. I kind of had Saturday Zoom withdrawal. The first week it was a relief not to have to get up, and the second week by then it was Saturday morning withdrawal, Saturday Zoom withdrawal. So it's good to be back with you guys. We thought of a different topic today. Dan's been telling me about the different caller training things he's done over the years, and one of his that he's learned most is just having a place to practice, a safe place with other newer callers and giving them practice and such. And the person that's provided that was, what do we say, Rich, about an hour and 20 minutes away? How far is it, Dan?
It's, probably about it depends on traffic. It could easily be 2 hours, but about an hour and 20.
And that person is Rich Reel, who will be talking to us today about how he's organized this and how you can organize and do a similar service in your area. Rich is somebody that I'm glad to call friend after just meeting him many times at Caller Lab conventions. And every year we go off on the side and catch up with a year's worth of life, and have enjoyed knowing Rich as a person, as a mechanical engineer, as an electronics interest, and also as a square dance caller. But as he just told us a few minutes ago, he has been calling for 25 years as far as Caller Lab certificate goes. And things that I'm aware of, that for many, many years, he's run what do you call it, Richard? A group email list?
Yeah, it's all but dead now. But back in the day when we used to have email.
Well, I was going to say way back before Square Dance Caller groups on Facebook.
It's called discussion list, email discussion list.
Email discussion list, and I was totally overwhelmed by all this stuff, and I went to Texas for a couple of weeks once and sort of didn't want my email to build up too much, so I signed off of that. And then I found I could live without it, so I didn't sign back on again until maybe 10 or 15 years later. But it is because of Facebook and the Square Dance caller groups on Facebook, it has gotten to be very inactive, but it was a great service back then. And Rich has been slowly building a website that is, full of very valuable Square Dance material that a lot of people reference regularly. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to, all the way from California, Rich Reel.
Okay, thanks, Don. I appreciate it. So I really haven't prepared today, but I can talk. I'll say maybe like what inspired me to do these things, and maybe this will apply to you in your area or not. But I'm blessed to be in the San Francisco Bay Area because we probably have 2 or 3 squares of callers that could show up to an event, and we have any number of learning people that show up to these things. So that may or may not work if you're in a geographic location where you don't have that. But truly, all you need is 1 caller and 8 dancers. That's the minimum, unless you can handle more than that. So a lot of this applies to with less than what I'm talking about. But truly, given our area, I felt emboldened to try to do this, and it was pretty much successful from the beginning. And what I can say is that when I went to caller school, I don't want to rat on caller school because I got a little talking to before this about, how people may be unsettled by what I'm saying, but I would say that 90% of what I really enjoyed out of caller school, it was the mic time. And sure, the lectures were important and I liked learning things, but I hated being in caller school and spending 99% of my time learning or waiting for other people's turn. And then I get behind the mic and I call 2 calls and say, your time is up. They grab the mic away from me and the next person, at least that's what it felt like to me. So what happened is after the caller school that I went to, which I think was in like 1996, I basically found a bunch of callers that were willing to come at an after time, like, not really in the hallway, just, the halls are set up with the sound equipment. And I asked all the right people and said, just show up at such and such a time and we're going to just take turns just calling. And I got, 2 squares of people that wanted to go do that. And we just rotated and there was no rules. You got your turn. And when your turn was over, the next guy and then the next guy and the next guy, and that's it. There were no rules. And I sort of like that format so much that I decided to just go ahead and try it in the Bay Area. And I think the important thing, the overarching thing is to not have any rules, to not have any guidance, to not do any, you don't even criticize people. Just let them get up there and call and make their own mistakes and dig themselves into trouble. And if they have bad flow, you can kind of go from the square. And if they keep making exactly the same mistake, you could probably go up and whisper to them. You say, maybe this or that. But I think I just to allow people to learn. That's the main thing that I like to do. In fact, I considered it important in a couple, because I didn't go to one college school. I maybe sat in with several college schools, and a lot of, I guess, a mistake that I see being made by some teachers is that they seem to have a way that they know how to teach, and they teach you that way, and they really got upset if you went off of the script. I taught you this way. You have to hear this couple first, and then you go to that couple, and if you don't do it that way, that's advanced. And I'm a very different person. I don't have the same skill. People think using modules is the best way. But modules for me requires tons of memory, and I don't have memory. Memory is a limited resource for me. I do have intellect, so I can calculate stuff. So for me, site calling is the natural thing for me, just because I can be lazy. I don't have to think ahead too much what I'm going to do. I could just figure stuff out. So I try to limit the memory and do more calculating in my brain, and that absolutely may not meet other people. It may be very intimidating to try to have to calculate real time while the dance is going on. So that's why I don't really try to enforce any different way of doing things, and try to offer some different things. Now, given that given that the main objective of this thing is to just let people do what they want to do, we do get absolutely brand new people that come. Well, it used to be pretty much every time, and now it's probably every 3 or 4 times you have somebody with pretty much no experience at all. And I have a little syllabus that kind of helps them. And I don't know if you guys have access to a web browser on the side. Maybe I can just share. You figure out how to do this. How do you share?
I have share screen turned on.
All right, so I can share a screen. I'm going to share I'll just share a web browser here. So this should work for you at home, but you can just type in, I think, Caller School, SCHOOL.com, callarschool.com, I think. And you will get this page, all right? I don't know why nobody took that, but they didn't take it. And if any of you guys are interested in I think callarschool.org is still available, but whatever, nobody took it, so I took it. And by the way, if you are running a decent school and you want callarschool.com, I'll let you have it for free. Just, run an actual school or do something. I'm not really using it that much, so just to know that's out there. But I have this page, and it's called a newer caller workshop. That's an inclusive term, so that people that have been calling for quite a while. I mean, I've been calling for 25 years, and I wouldn't say that I'm really, that much beyond newer caller. I still feel somehow newer every time that I'm calling. I don't know when that officially goes away, that you're no longer a newer, but that using newer sort of as an inclusive term. It captures the very beginning, and it captures, well on into the years. And those are the kind of people we get. Occasionally get one of the people that's, pretty a seasoned caller, calling 40, 50 years. They'll drop by just to kind of, scope out the latest talent. But so I do have this schedule, which we haven't for the last maybe 5 years followed at all. But anybody that seems interested in calling for, attending our event, I would say, is to read through this thing. And what I have is sort of a preliminary schedule that kind of helps. It's aimed at the very, very, very new callers. And I give you some exercises here, stuff that you're going to do. The main thing, to get started is just holding the mic and issuing commands. So the absolute minimum. And if you just kind of memorize this thing. And by the way, number 1 is not so easy here. Join hands, circle left, Alaman left, right and left grand, and promenade home. Do you know how hard that is? We could spend a half an hour on that. And what's wrong with that, right? And even people that have been calling 15, 20 years may not be that great at this. I mean, certainly some are, but getting the timing right and having a happy voice, happy sound in your voice, and people are energized and singing on pitch, and, getting that energy and what you're calling and your mic technique. And truly, number 1, even a half an hour doesn't do it justice for number 1. And number 2 is just sort of the idea of you're gonna do a little bit more stuff. Also a little bit difficult, but sometimes you just forget little details. You've already got 5 things, or it's more than that. There's 7 if you count element, left, right, and left, grand, promenade. Sorry about these abbreviations if they don't make sense to you. But I'm adding just enough complexity now where people's mental challenges happen. So you kind of find out where people are. And if they never progress beyond number 1, that's okay. I mean, a lot of people can't self-assess, but most people can self-assess. And we'll just sort of let them, go wherever they want to go. And I think number 3, I don't even know how often we get to number 3, but that's kind of a way to get new people up to up to some level of feeling like they're actually calling. And that even number 1, even when you're in the square as a caller dancing, and you've heard it, I don't know, each caller's done it 10 or 12 or 15 times. You've done it, I don't know, 60 or 80 times during the evening. It's not that boring. It's surprising. I guess maybe I like square dancing more than a lot of people, but I'm interested in hearing, in dancing and in moving, and the energy of new people trying to do their best to eke it out is pretty gratifying. So set the bar low, and then when people can climb over that bar, they feel really good. And of course, when you're calling and all those dancers are just energetic, and most of our dancers tend to be a little bit younger, so you're getting a lot of energy. And by the way, I don't know whether this will fit into the discussion, but because our dancing group is so like mixed types of people, we let guys try the girls' part and we let the girls try the guys' part. And this is sort of a gentle way that they can do that without judgment in their own club or something like that. And that's a way to kind of mix it up and make some of these really boring calls more exciting. And it truly is exciting. I mean, when the tip is over and you've done join hand circle left 60 times or whatever it is, you still feel like you've got entertainment or value out of your evening. I didn't mean to drill this in, but a lot of caller schools that I have been to, I'll say all of them, haven't really spent what I thought is the quality time at the very beginning. But there's the function of having to get through whatever. So I don't want to. I've actually been a bit critical of caller schools, but I don't want to say that my way is the best way. I can just tell you that it's that way on purpose, and now I think a little bit about the purpose. So moving dancers around, I try to let people that have gotten past this exercise, and by the way, we probably take a nice long break and chit chat on the breaks. This moving dancers around is simply you give a guy a mic and you just try to think of what are you going to call next. And they just try to the sight call from one formation to the next formation. I guess I'm moving along here fast. Do you have any questions so far?
No, not yet.
No, yeah, okay. So on the moving dances around, just forget about resolving. Forget about anything. Forget about mic technique. Forget about singing or energy or any of that stuff. This is 100% mental. Just what are you going to call next? And let people just, try stuff. And usually after a few, if it's a newer person, then they will get to some point where they're not going to know what to do next. And we just stand there patiently. Some people are whispering, hints. And I've heard a caller say, "What was that? What did you say?" Because somebody whispered just a little bit too loud. But it's also good for people in the square to think about what they would call next, because a lot of those people that are in the square are, in fact, newer themselves, or maybe they're thinking and thinking and thinking. It's like, I could call this. I never even thought of calling that. Somebody calls something ridiculously, illegal call, and nobody knows what to do, but then your brain just starts thinking in interesting ways. So one of the exciting things about running a caller workshop with other callers is, mistakes can lead to creativity. And I think that's a wonderful thing. But again, I'm creating this space where the focus is just on moving without having to worry about resolving the square, and putting 100% mental energy on that still is not enough to be able to actually call a bunch of calls and have, an actual dance. But feeling the stress of a bunch of people standing around and thinking what to call next, I think drives home the point of what it means to try to assemble a dance. And if nothing else, the newer dancers appreciate maybe what it takes to assemble a danceable dance. And that, I think, is a valuable lesson for everybody. Finally, after yet another break, but everybody's going to be doing this for however many turns there are. Of course, when you get like 10 or 12 callers showing up at an event, your turn doesn't come around very often. So we tend to not even have breaks. But if you're in your area and you've got your dancers, then you're going to have to be careful about breaks to give the dancers a chance to break, because we just cycle people in. You get tired, you sit out, and then somebody else comes in. We end up not having breaks. So probably after we've eaten or something, we get to resolving the square. And I do have a method of resolving the square. I can get to you. I'll show you where the link is for that. You go to Google and type in how to resolve the square dance or something, and I'm sure you'll hit it, near the top, because I've been online for like almost 20, well, probably more than 20 years by now. So I'm probably in the search someplace. But I have a method that is the absolute minimum that you need to learn. And if you guys are interested in, I'll go ahead and cover it. Some of your more acquisitive people probably already found it again. But I offer different ways of doing it. And what I kind of like about the method I've chosen is that it's the absolute minimum to get started, but then you are allowed to add to it. There's like a next step and a next step and a next step. So it's like a scaffolding that keeps building, so people can keep furthering their career every time. And I try to present it so that the very first person knows how to do it. And even though not everybody here believes in sight calling, I think thinking about sight calling gives you the power to do all the other things. Because I can tell you, when I was in front of a mic at a caller school or any place trying to call square dancing, if I didn't have the actual mechanical process of moving dancers and resolving them and getting them home, I had no interest in whether I was singing on key or holding the mic right. It just didn't even matter. I have to at least be able to do the minimum thing of getting the mechanics right. So I do focus on the mechanics of resolving the square and calling calls, so that the new people can have that same scaffolding. And if they can get just past that minimum point, then that allows them to do all the other exciting stuff that we, always pound into every new dancer at caller schools. But I don't think that stuff matters as much until you've got the minimum, what do you call it? The minimum mechanics of making the thing at least work. So I guess, I don't know why pairing dancers is different than this pairing here. I should have pre-read this before. This is from 15 years ago, honestly. But pairing dancers is is a way to call when you're calling calls and you're sight calling, that you can start to notice two people instead of one. Some people like follow the number one guy or whatever. And Don Beck has a way that you can follow a guy or a girl, and you track whether it's an X or an O, and you can do different things like that. But the idea is that you're going to try to also think about calling calls and moving the dancers around while watching more than one person. And in particular, it's fun to just try to pair two dancers to get them from one place to another. You guys all know this as callers, but it's a concept, or it's an area, and this might not be all on the same night. This is sort of maybe that, like, if your callers are a little bit more experienced, you can look at it. You can let people get up for their turn. And so it's like, okay, you were okay at moving the dancers around last time. Let's see if you can watch one person, or maybe even watch two people, and see if you can bring them together during your turn. And if somebody gets up at the turn and they want to call circle left, Alaman left, right and left grand, even though we're doing resolve the square, that's perfectly okay. I never tell people that they cannot do whatever it is they want to do on their turn, even if they're, going 100% against me, even if they want to resolve the square in some oddball way that we didn't cover, or some advanced thing that it does not matter. Your turn is your turn. You can use absolutely anything you want. And we specifically allow that, because, people need to learn at their own pace. So singing calls is not one of the more popular ones, but there are a few people that do like singing calls. And one of the things that I think is useful is to learn how to put a different figure than to a song that you do. So I let people do a singing call that they know and love. And then they try to put this, what I call universal singing call. I made this up. I don't know if there's any kind of, there's nothing behind this. I just picked this particular figure, which can be laid down to just about any song, and just see if they can do that. And sometimes this goes somewhere and whatever. And the last thing is, when I used to do these as an all day thing, our format has changed a little bit, over the years. But in the beginning, I basically picked a Saturday, and it started about 10 o'clock, and we had an actual evening dance. That whatever we did in the beginning, we had an actual dance to look forward to. And when I say an actual dance, is like we advertise it, put flyers out, and just say, come and, here are the new callers and our budding new talent, and you can hear, actually come to a real dance, and each person would take their turn, and they would have that to, like, look up to or to aspire to during the week. And that's also a good energy, but it's been difficult to get dancers to turn out. They got the usual people. So we haven't done that too much. So Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our last thing, it goes from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is what we found is that stretch goal. Usually by about 2:30, you're getting tired and you're like kind of wanting to go. But then there's that stretch. There's that extra hour and a half deadline pressure. It's almost over. What are the last things I want to do before I get home? And we sort of get all the way to 4 p.m. People are exhausted and they feel great. I think if you change this to 5, people would burn out. I think if you change this to 3, then people felt like they didn't get, the effort of driving all the way down from Santa Rosa or wherever they came from. So I think this is pretty well worked out. And even the 10 a.m., if you move it to 9, people have to get up too early to travel to get to it. And if you make it later, then lunch comes at a weird place and the thing. So this 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is somehow like, golden. It's been figured out.
And yeah, that 2:30 about time period is when the blood sugar starts to fall off and the brain starts to go, and it's really good to have the pressure of that. That I have learned amazing things when I simply could not see it, and then somebody said, "Hey, you could just call an AC Doocy here," and like, whoa, brain opened up, or a hinge.
Your brain didn't explode. Yeah. We definitely push people. Almost everybody, even people that don't even want to, are always pushed to their limit. I feel that I talk about no rules. I talk about no pressure. I try to make things as easy and open and it's, you know, at your own pace as you want, but everybody, it reveals how they handle being overwhelmed by too much stuff. I find it that every person experiences that brain overload at these workshops without any additional pressure, without any judgment, without any, you know, any of that other stuff. Any other questions? I'm going to keep going down here, but go ahead.
I'm not seeing any right now.
All right. We'll see if you guys are awake. You guys can criticize me too. Go ahead, Don.
I actually had a comment, and Dan didn't see it because I had myself muted. we've been talking off and on these sessions about how about color schools, and they introduce people to the many different aspects of calling, but it's kind of a fire hose approach, and it's not enough time to really absorb the droplets of water. And we've talked about, now there are some more specialized, you know, let's talk about singing calls only at this caller school. Let's talk about teaching callers. And I love what you're doing here, Rich. First of all, you've isolated one of the many aspects, but much more than that, you've broken that down. Now let's just concentrate on opening your mouth and circling left. Let's just concentrate on moving people and not worrying about resolving. And you've gotten a safe haven for people to be together and understand and appreciate what the other people are doing. It sounds like it was a great service to that area, and I hope others are thinking they may have, you know, I'll talk about it later. I wish I'd had something like that. I had a parallel thing that I'd conned some dancers into helping, and we got up to 6 squares in 18 years before I moved out of the area, but that's a whole other story. Anyway, I love what you're doing so far, Rich. Continue. And sorry to interrupt, but I really wanted to focus on this. It's so beneficial to allow one thing only and conquer that, and then go on to another and conquer that. And don't worry about the fire hose. You need that at the beginning to know all these subjects exist. But to learn them, you've got to focus on one thing.
Yeah. And you mentioned it too, is the safe space, the non-judgmental. We're your friends. We're here to help you. We want you to be successful. We like you. You know, this is hard. We all suffered through it together. There's sort of that camaraderie. And, you know, like I was saying before, the dancers can try swapping sex or dancing blindfolded or whatever else silly thing they want to try to do during there. I don't know if that even ever happened, but I'm just making stuff up. That people can try to do things to entertain themselves in the square, or they can just think about what they would call, how they would resolve. You know, do they see the pairing in the square? So the brains are not shut down even as dancers. So the dancers, I think, even if there's like, say, 2 callers or 3 callers that are at this thing instead of what we get, like 10 or something, but if there's just in your area only a couple, 3 callers that you can pull together, the dancers still benefit from having different callers at the same event. In fact, if I had to say anything about what is the future of square dancing, I think it is going to be smaller clubs and more callers, just in general. And that there is a draw for that. The idea that, you know, exactly the same I mean, some of you guys are so good, you could entertain easily for you know, every week the same people. I struggle to do that because I'm the same guy to give the exact same group from just the same me, something, you know, really different and interesting every single week. But when you have a couple different callers, or if you have a new caller that's there, that you kind of get that for free. And I think that's an actual draw for the dancers. The dancers know that they're going to get just a little bit more if they go to an event that has multiple callers. So I'm seeing that more in general. I think we even have a caller trio in our area. Dan, are you part of that trio? I forget.
I am not part of that trio. I'm far enough away that I will drive to go dance to them, and we have done that. But no, I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, I
It's
haven't
not quite
been
like
head
the
building with
rat.
them.
It's not quite like the Rat Pack where, you go to one, if people know what that is, Frank Sinatra and his friends. The idea is that you're going to go to a concert for one of these guys and the other ones are going to show up for free. And somehow they all made an agreement that, you're not just getting one great. If you just hire any one of them, you're going to get like all the greats are going to all be there. And that is we've, and this is three newer callers that somehow meet, and regularly go. I think it's Mike Pogue and
Regina Schultz,
Gina and hold on, James
Thompson.
Exactly. I don't even remember it. Oh, I'm embarrassing myself. You see, I haven't even thought about square dancing for a year. Sorry about that. But anyway, these three callers more or less started around the same time. They live kind of close to each other, away from our caller workshop, because our caller workshop saves the entire Bay Area, but in the South Bay they have those three. But they frequently booked together. They reinforce each other. Like this is what is that? I think they call three of a kind. So I'm just belaboring the point is that the idea of that having multiple callers is an actual draw to dancers because you're getting somehow more than you would get otherwise. I spent too much time on that. Any other comments or questions? Still with me?
One of the things that I would note is that it does help to have a caller with Rich's experience and willingness to not insert their own ego into the process. Because Rich is really good in a way that very few callers that I've had as mentors are, even though I've had some great callers as mentors, in saying, this isn't the way that I see things, but here is a way that other callers have described to me that they see the square, and this might be useful to you. And all of a sudden, things about what I'm seeing in the square have opened up immensely. So I really appreciate that. And I don't know how we duplicate you for that.
Rich, I have a couple of quick questions.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Dan.
You probably mentioned, but is it a monthly thing when COVID?
No, it's basically like whenever. And I'm lazy, and there's two things that I hate doing. I hate picking the date, and I hate scheduling the hall. So enter Diana Hilliard. Bless her heart. I don't know if her name's on this particular one, but you can see this is the last one we had. She does that for me. I tell her if she picks the date and gets the hall, then I don't have to worry about that. And she also brings food, which is kind of her thing. She likes putting out a spread and having people come and eat, the stuff that she brought. So that's what she gets out of it. She is a newer caller, so she joins us. But I know the big thing for her is to kind of do the motherly thing. And she lives at some kind of a trailer park that has a space in the middle, one of those, and it really is nice. It's got maybe just a little dumpy. I don't mean to say that in a negative way towards Diana, but you do the best you can. But it's got wonderful light. It's big, open, and airy, and it's got a little stage. So it's an ideal place for us. It pretty much has parking that we need. So it's somehow the great thing. And for me, I don't have to pick the date. I don't have to pick the hall. So if you got somebody in your area that can do that for you, then maybe you'll enjoy those things. Everybody's different.
I had two more questions. You've answered one of them. And that is, what do you do for a hall? Do you rent one? Do you have one? Do you, but you've answered that. That's great. And
Let me comment on that before the next question.
Yeah.
The way that I see the pandemic coming out of the pandemic, I mean, I'm making this up, but let me just see. We'll see if I'm right. Is that we're going to use people's backyards? Each person. There's certain more well-off people have these like spaces, and they have their barn or their garage or the big family room or something to push the furniture back. I think that's how we're going to come out of the pandemic. That we're going to get a lot of spaces like that, like for free, just to get started. And I could see that as being a resource for the caller workshop. If you know anybody in your area, some people actually like having, a lot of people they can trust to come over into their home, and they like to share their home. So I believe you can get it for free if you are even a slightly bit creative.
My last question was,
Mhm.
actually, let me digress slightly. If you're doing it in somebody's backyard, I found this out many years ago, and I've been hired for several, we're doing a party in the backyard, or the club's having an outdoor dance, and all of a sudden the police show up because we're disturbing the peace by this. And, well, they say, well, we told everybody in the neighborhood, outdoor sound travels a long distance. Make sure you let everybody know in the area that we will be doing this, and we will be stopping no later than 10:30 or no later than 11. So you don't have to worry about calling the police worrying that this is going to go all night. It's and so when I get booked to do these things, I advise the people, sound travels a long ways. Be sure you let people know in advance that it's a finite time, and we're not going to be up all night and keep you up all night. Anyway, back to my third question. Do you charge the people that come attend to this?
We have a volunteer thing. I can afford to pay the whole thing myself because I have a real job, and it's not that much money. But because we're getting things free, we collect food, $10 a person for the callers. Dancers are free, and then I give it all to Diana for the food. So that's kind of how it works out.
Okay. That answers that. Because, to cover expenses of things like halls, if you have to rent them.
Exactly. There would be some fee, and then you have to figure that out. But I've been so many years of doing it for free. It's the money. I try not to worry about money. My whole approach to money is that we ask you for this, and if you don't have it or you can't afford it, we never, ever. I don't even bring it up as a subject. And if you think it's too high, then I just tell, how much do you want to pay? Okay, it's only worth $15 to you. Okay, great. You can get it for 15. No big deal.
My once a month practice group that went for 18 years, there was no fee at all. On occasion, I thought maybe they should give me something, but I didn't want to break up a good thing of good people to call for and play with experimentals and such. But they did give me a generous gift every year, probably at Christmas time. Can't remember what most of them are, but one was a stand for my yak stack that I didn't think I needed, but boy, did it make a difference as sound projection. Anyway, I'll shut up for a while. Go ahead. Or any other comments?
Yeah, any other questions? Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
I was
Mel.
just wondering, I was just looking at your scheduling as you're going through it and whatnot. Sometimes do you take these workshops? You've got a workshop schedule there, but if it presented itself, let's say 3, 4, or 5 callers got together and say, hey, we want to look in deeper at just one aspect that you taught and build a whole workshop around that. Is your programming flexible enough to do that?
Oh yeah, we never follow the schedule. And by the way, trying to program a caller workshop is like herding cats. There's quite a different people that have different things. Now, occasionally, I'm going to say regularly, I'll ask what people want to learn about, and I'll give them maybe multiple choice of a couple things I might want to cover. And there seems to be some kind of either consensus, or some people are a little more loudmouth than the others, and it seems easy that they pick something. Almost anything you do is going to be interesting somehow. But if you've got a seasoned caller, I guess I'm a little bit seasoned. I'm still kind of in the newer caller category, I think. But I've seen things from different angles and slices, and usually can present on different subjects. Different ways of modules, or different tracking things, or different ways to pair people, or blah blah blah, different things like that. I try to say what I can say about it. And sometimes I surprise myself. I said, gee, I didn't know I could talk for, 15, 20 minutes on some of this limited subject. But any of you guys that have been calling for a while, I would say hold back, say less than what you normally want to do, because poor folks are already overburdened already in their learning. And it's really about mic time and letting them, move a tiny bit in their career, up like a half a rung on their accomplishment. And so I think it's very easy for a seasoned caller to overwhelm people with new stuff, or blab about themselves or whatever. I try to diminish that. I'm sure some of it comes across, but it's important to me to basically say less or do less. One particularly popular one I'll say that I think maybe is a little bit of a recurring theme is how do you teach brand new dancers that have never danced before? I won't say I've honed that, but I wish I had more articles about that on my website. It's all in my head. I haven't had time to get it out, but sometimes that comes out. What if you have a very, very limited number of calls? How do you sight call? Or what if, what do you do on a very, very first night? Some general topics along those lines come up.
When I've done caller schools, what the callers always seem to really want is mic time. And I know that I've been trying to do they got to learn about this and they got to learn about that. And it doesn't leave much time to squeeze in for mic time. And it's sort of a conflict for caller coaches. What I can see would be really ideal for a caller coach is to do and I usually don't do them in a week. I'll do once a week or once every other week kind of thing. So they do have time to absorb. But what would really be ideal is the caller coach doing the shotgun and helping facilitate a parallel group like Rich is talking about just for mic time and self-critique each week, and maybe working on the thing that the caller coach taught. That sounds like it'd be really nice. I have another thing I was going to. Oh, I know what I was going to ask. Have anyone else here had similar groups and worked with similar groups where you could, just practice what you wanted and work with other people, and how has that been organized and worked out and what have you? Is Rich preaching to the choir because you all do that, or do you wish you had a group like that?
Well, then our caller group up here in Kitsap in Washington, we get together and it's been a while now. We get together and we'll get some dancers there, and the seasoned caller will get up there and hand you the mic, and he'll mix them all up and he'll say, all right, go ahead and resolve it. Or he'll say, just start calling and see what happens. And it's interesting to get up there and try to remember how to, what call should follow the next. And I can see where Rich is coming from. It sounds like a good premise to do what he's doing, because it would definitely help you get rid of the stop and go calling, doing it the way Rich is wanting to do. So that we do something like that with our caller group.
You just mentioned a great thing, John. I know on the mental image classes I do with terminations, I've been teaching the theory of what's going on and sharing that and practicing it, but I keep trying to figure out how to make it real time rather than the stop and go. And if you had real dancers rather than terminations that's willing to wait a long time. I haven't been able to figure out how to do that in terminations, but yeah, the stop and go is a real problem when you have real dancers, and that's a good thing to help that this will help iron out.
To me, the stop and go is you're just trying to be too ambitious. Just lower your demands as a teacher on your students. Let them, have less overwhelming stuff they have to think and deal with. Just reduce it. If things aren't things aren't moving fast enough, then just do something easier, or even ridiculously easy. What's wrong with that? Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I really appreciate the caller school or the caller workshop for too is that after a while, I guess I started there in '94, and after a few years, the culture of it seems to wax and wane, but a number of newer dancers started showing up, and one blind dancer started showing up. And both of those things really made me appreciate the value of just calling chicken pluckers with good rhythm, or just keeping those dancers moving and not trying to impress the other callers with all sorts of wacky left-handed stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's always the biggest challenge for newer callers, is to just call and not worry about what somebody thinks about you.
Yeah, I'm pretty swift when I feel somebody's being critical of somebody else. I usually step in to make sure that the person behind the mic feels as much, acceptance, love, appreciation from the people as possible. So I think part of not calling at your best is having that little circuit that's inside of your brain that's always being judgmental. It says, how is it flowing? How do I look? How am I coming across? Do I look like an idiot? If you can just turn that off and just call with reckless abandon, I think you just do better just in general. And it takes quite a bit to create that kind of a space, but I think all energy into making, really forefront of the caller coach job is to make sure that the environment is very accepting. I mean, really, like, you have to be on that all the time, actively thinking about keeping the space as positive and as flowing as you could be. That's all.
On a sort of parallel note to what you should do when you get a chance like this, I very frequently quote my mentor, or one of my mentors, Jim Mayo, and I clearly remember him saying, when you're going to do a guest tip someplace and you feel you want to impress people, don't do choreography or something that you're out to impress. Do the stuff that you usually do for two reasons. One is it's different for them just because you don't usually call for them, so they'll be impressed by that. But the main reason is do something you're comfortable with so you can be impressive rather than something you're pushing yourself on, where you're not going to come across as good because you're trying to push yourself beyond limits. Your thing will impress, the fact that you're comfortable with it and the fact that it's going to be different for them anyway. Anyone else have been lucky enough to have practice groups, or particularly practice groups of callers?
We used to do that in Nelson and also in Ottawa. The same thing. We had about five or six callers that would come to each of those, and we'd set them up once a month. We were lucky that the clubs and the dancers would just come and want to dance, and a few of the dancers were wannabe callers, so they organized it. The little halls we had were absolutely phenomenal for it, and it became a regular Saturday dance.
Hey, Rich, if you want to stop screen sharing, that way we can get the people talking full screen again.
I think that's a great idea. Stop share like this. Does that work?
There we go. Now we can
Right.
see full screen.
I like that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you, Janet, for pointing that out.
I actually know that there's a little bar between the gallery view and the screen sharing, and I usually drag that over. It makes the screen sharing minimal so I can see the people's faces and reactions too. But thank you for pushing it even further.
And since the screen sharing has gone away, now that it has, I'm going to suggest two other resources on Rich's site that I have found completely invaluable. The first is that I use Rich's teaching order when I'm teaching or the first couple times I taught mainstream, I used Rich's teaching order because he has a list of singing call figures in his teaching order. And I never found such a resource for the Caller Lab teaching order. And it has been, I printed that sucker out and made the notes so that I could understand his abbreviations. And that was incredibly invaluable to me the first couple of times I taught. And the other is the Make Up Your Own Singing Call Figures is what taught me modules. And if you're a newer dancer and have not looked at both, especially that second page, go do that.
Mel says the website address there in the notes.
Yes. And I will, of course, well, there hasn't been a lot of chatter, but I will post that along in the comments when I post the YouTube video. And
I'm being quiet because I want to encourage you guys to talk that have been quiet. So if you have not said anything yet, I want you to speak. Just make up something.
My name is Cece, and I actually was a part of a group that nearest callers for me are an hour and a half away, but we would meet up at least every other month. And the group started because I was a new caller and I had asked the caller that lived an hour and a half away if he would mentor me, because I was applying for a scholarship for a caller school, and one of the conditions was you had to have a mentor. And so we started the group, and he kind of geared the group more towards me and invited other people in. And it was really, really helpful to be able to get up there and he'd tell me, okay, move the dancers from this formation to that, however you want, do the best you can, you know, and just keep them moving. And he would, if I got stuck, he'd give me a suggestion, but he let me fumble and bumble and get over my nerves of doing it. And it was really helpful to have a place that I could go, and the dancers that we had were the other callers and a few others, and they were so supportive. It really, really helps to have an environment like that. And I appreciate that you do it for your area.
Thank you. Mhm.
So, my name is Yolanda, and I don't have a group like that in my area yet, but it was just starting. So just before COVID, one of the Plus group leaders hadn't heard me before, and somebody put me on the internet with the YouTube thing. And he heard me that way, and he said, you can practice during the lunch break at Plus, and get some mic time that way, and just try different things out. So I'd had a couple of sessions of that. So that was, I really like that, because I could do it at my own pace, and it was okay to make mistakes.
Mhm.
I'd like to say that this is this program you got here, where you let people have a safe space to call, it parallels the other group I'm in with, Toastmasters. If you've ever been in Toastmasters, it gives you a safe space to learn how to speak in front of people with no judgment. You get evaluations and stuff like that, but this is like a direct parallel with Toastmasters, where you can go to some place and do what you're trying to do with no criticism, and everything's good to go. So I like the idea. It's a nice premise you got going here.
Mhm.
John, have you been in a Toastmasters group? I think we talked about this once before. I haven't, but I heard they're pretty valuable in it. When I first heard about it.
I've been a Toastmaster now for, I guess, pretty close to 9-10 years. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here.
Yeah, the idea of Toastmasters is teach you how to do public speaking, because a lot of people have like hesitancy about being in front of a mass audience, and it teaches you to build up your confidence to do public speaking.
When I first heard about that many, many years ago, I thought it was kind of, why does this guy go to that? That doesn't make any sense. Now I wish I had. And several years ago, not many, I was thinking of looking for a group, and maybe I'll start looking again. It just sounds like a good thing, and maybe a good thing to learn stuff to help callers with also. So is there anyone else that we haven't heard from that's got 2 cents worth about how do I organize this? Where do I organize it?
Well, there's about 5 or 6 of you that haven't said anything yet, so this is your time.
More than that.
I would like to just add that there are a number of new callers I've been talking to one-on-one. There's a few in collective groups, and I encourage them, even if you don't have a formalized workshop format or something like that, just getting together and practicing with each other, 2 couple, 4 couple, if you can get it, and just getting behind the mic and doing that and supporting each other is the foundation of your own development. As Rich was saying, one small step or even half a step up a rung is always that progression that you will see, and you will feel the difference in your calling. So if you have that available to you, take every advantage of it.
Janet has her hand up. Janet, unmute, Janet.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I've been calling off and on for about less than 5 years before COVID. So I'm a really new caller. And I've been to Daryl Clendenin's Circle 8 Caller School a couple times. I've been to a couple other caller schools and workshops also, but his caller school in Clay Ellum, after they, do the fire hose blast at us all day long, the instructors give the students permission to call after the class is all over for the day. For as long as we want to stay in the hall, the instructors leave. And just the students are there, to call, to help each other and call. And that takes the pressure off when the instructors leave. And we all get to help each other and call as much as we want. And I thought, that was really great. And I've been fortunate enough here in Eugene, Oregon, to have made some great caller mentor friends and dancers. And I have a little bit of enthusiasm when I call, but so I've been able to get my own little group of together just to dance at my calling. I have a couple that offer their home and we dance in their front room. And the last time we danced, we had almost 2 squares. But again, that was before COVID. But I guess what I'm saying is that's where I got to, write my own curriculum, so to speak, and make my own mistakes and my own realizations. And it helps to have a garage group, I guess is what they call it. Like he was saying, you get to call without being judged. And you really do learn by making mistakes. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, Janet said, you said they gave you the permission to call. And one of the things that I'm struck by is that a few years ago at the IAG SDC convention, a couple of us newer callers were hanging out together and hadn't heard each other call to each other. Some of us had gone to caller school together a few years ago, but hadn't kept up with where we were. And we found somebody with a key, let ourselves into a room in the middle of the night and danced until our feet fell off, danced and called to each other. Don't let anybody give you permission to call. Take it.
Okay. So Ed was saying that he had trouble with the sound. If you type in your chat, we'll read what you're saying if you had something to actually say.
Yeah. Yep.
Ever since I've been thinking about calling, I've never got very far other than listening to all these things. I've always thought that it would be the best would be to have 4 couples and an extra person to get together. And let's say you got 3 or 4 people want to call and their significant others. And if you all just got together in one spot with an extra person, you'd always have 1 person to call and 8 people to dance. And you could just wear yourselves out on a Saturday or a Sunday. I've always thought that would be the excellent way to do it. And this would be along the same line here.
Daryl has his finger up.
Daryl, go for it.
Go ahead and unmute, Daryl.
I'm working at unmuting. Sometimes spacebar gives me trouble. Janet, thank you for your kind comments. Tell you what, of course, all of a sudden my video disappeared too. Well, that's right. You get to see the real me. Mm-hmm. You don't need to have a square to practice. 2 couples is sufficient. Most of what you're going to call 2 dancers, you can do it 2 couples only. So if you can get 2 couples there and you can call your swing through, boys trade, boys run, half tag, scoot back, boys run, reverse, flutter wheel, blah, 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 on and on and on and on. What you're learning is how to move the dancers, and that's what you're after. And for my money, what you're learning, I'm sorry, Rich, but what you're learning is modules. They're called flow modules. They're not necessarily zeros and equivalents. But if you're going to move dancers and expect them to be able to do it smoothly without the stop and go, you're going to have to learn modules of some sort. But you can do it with two couples. And you can call Alaman left, you can call right and left grand, you can call Alaman thars, you can call just about anything you can imagine with two couples. So I would say if you can need practice time with real live dancers, which you're going to need, because if anybody that's ever heard me working with new callers, I always tell them this one thing: callers, call. If you're not calling two live dancers, you'll never learn to call. So two couples, three couples, four couples, whatever you can get together. Awfully hard to call to one couple, but I guess they're doing it through virtually these days. But that's all practice. And practice is what makes callers. Callers call.
I have found that when you're talking about flow and the stop and go stuff, if you are not only calling, but if you are one of the dancers, it is real easy to go, oh, I'm just standing here. And so the keep them moving when you're doing the dancing helps with timing and a bunch of stuff to keep the dancers moving.
What do people think about the exercise of calling from within the square?
You mean
I
in
do
not
it.
dancing?
Mhm. Well, I could say on that subject, I find that when I'm calling from the mic, like standing up to the side, I'm a little more creative in my choreography. But when I'm in the square, I'm less creative, but I'm actually more smooth. So calling from the square, I think, improved my timing dramatically. And we'll do that if we only have 8 callers. We'll definitely call from the square. In fact, if we only have 4, we'll call from the square, and we only have 2 couples. We only need 4 people at the workshop. Janet, you can put your hand down. There you go. It's cute.
I just noticed that the hour is up. But I can hear definitely the conversation is not. So let me make the official thank yous. And once again, Dan, for hosting the Zoom session. Special thanks to Rich for presenting his ideas, and definitely go look at his website, and what is it, callerschool.com is the outline for these workshops.
That's the easy way. There's several ways to get to it, but that's the easiest one to remember.
And it looks like some really good information there.
Yeah, and there's links. I mean, if you go through there and you start clicking on the links, I actually teach you through. There's a whole thing about how to resolve a square that I spent quite a bit of time setting up that really gives you some, different ways. I don't like to teach things one way because people learn different ways. I always jokingly say, if somebody doesn't agree with you, just raise your voice. And what I basically mean by that is that simply saying things, repeating yourself, saying exactly the same thing in the same way, we already know that didn't work. So try a different way to explain it. Try to approach things, a little bit against what Daryl said. I love you, Daryl, so don't think of this as too critical, but I don't memorize modules. If I had to memorize stuff, I would fail. So I have what I call two call modules. A 2 call module goes into the next 2 call module, and so on like that. That's kind of how I do it. But just in general, people are different. People learn different. And let me make this really important thing, which I guess I have a rant about caller schools in general, is that it is not just about the dancers. Of course, the dancers pay money. They want to be entertained. Of course, the customer is always number one. But I fundamentally believe that the caller, including the new caller, has to enjoy himself, herself, when she or he is behind the mic, because when the caller is enjoying themselves by however they do it, they're happier, that happy, smiling, good energy comes through the mic. And I think that I've heard from several caller schools about, it has to be such and so for the dancers, and make sure that the dancing and blah, 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 which I agree with, but I strongly, believe that the actual experience for the caller themselves, especially the learning caller, has to be an enjoyable experience, and that enjoyable experience should start on the very, very first opening tip of your calling school or whatever that is. So that also kind of leads some of the organization of the what do you call that? My schedule, I can't think of the word now, where you're laying things out, and what you do first and what you do next is to create the fun, flowing, moving, enjoyable experience for the caller, for the student.
I fully agree that you want the dancers to have fun, but one of the main ingredients is if you're having fun up there, it will project to them. Daryl, I'll get to you in a minute, but I wanted to finish my
Your goodbyes.
Well, not goodbyes, just thank yous, and as we usually do at this point. And lastly, thank you guys for showing up. We hit our what, 22, 23, our average number, which is great. And at this point, if you feel you have to leave, don't feel you have to. What are the words I usually use? Don't feel you're making offending anybody but leaving, but please feel free to hang around. Obviously, Rich, his rant was a good start to think about that stuff, and Daryl has been waving his hand, and I will try to
Ed type some things in the comments too. There's a few extra things that maybe we haven't, like if you aren't looking at your comments, you can open up the little chat thing and see what people have been saying.
Anyway, Daryl, let's hear from you.
All right. Rich, I'd like to have your definition of what a module is. You say you learn two couple things. My friend,
no, I said two call is what I meant. Two call.
Excuse me, two call things. That's what I meant to say.
Flow modules.
There's a flow modules. They are still modules, and you have to learn them. You don't have to remember zeros and equivalents and technicals and all of that stuff. It's nice if you can. But I hear this from so many callers. Well, I just site call. I don't use any modules. Well, that's ridiculous. You have to, a module is a group of calls, one or more, that has a specific purpose in mind. Now, that purpose can be as little as just the movement of dancers. It can be as complex as technical modules, which use them, don't use them. But pure site calling adds a whole bunch to this stop go. If you have to decide what's going to be called at the time that it needs to be called, they're going to stop. Now, dancers, they all dance flow modules all the time. I mean, swing through, spin the top, what comes next? Right and left through. You don't have to know that that's an equivalent for something. But as a caller, you better know that those movements flow well together, and you can expect the dancers to be able to do it. That's what makes things standard or extended applications. The rules are there. The mechanics are the same for every caller out there. The modules are a big part of what you have to learn if you're going to move dancers and move them smoothly and in time to the music. Now, resolution is something totally different. How you keep track of the dancers and how you get them back to an element left, there's a variety of ways of controlling that. But the actual movement of the dancers is going to be comprised in modules, however you apply them.
I'd like to jump in this thing about everybody uses modules, because there's a number of people who on these Zoom conferences will say the exact same thing that you're saying, which is everybody uses modules, and if you say you're not using modules, you're crazy. You are. You just don't know it. The different people have a definition of what a module is. And so for me, a module is not one call, and it's not, first of all, when I think of module, that immediately says to me something that's memorized. And then moreover, I think of a module as a thing that has a specific purpose of some kind. And also, I don't really think it's a module unless it's labeled. In other words, it says starts from, ends at, with some kind of notation that might be a phaser or something else to indicate how you can put them together. So for a lot of people, that's what modules. And so when people say everyone uses modules, there's a whole lot of people sitting there that say, no, I don't use modules. And because of this semantic definition mismatch here, it causes people who say that to kind of sort of lose some credibility, because they're like, no, that's not what I'm doing. Certainly everybody comes, whether they intend to set out and memorize ahead of time, or whether just through practice, or the real way that you learn some of the things that I think that you would, here's an example of a thing I think you might say is a module: swing through, boys run. Okay, and if you say that to a lot of people, you know, that's a module you use, I would say, well, that's not a module. We might want to come up with some other word for that. I don't know, I would probably just say cliche, although that doesn't really capture the whole thing. But I didn't learn that from calling, right? I learned that from, as a dancer. I heard the callers say things a lot. He said swing through, boys run, and, you know, Ferris wheel, and, you know, double pass through, track two, right? Combinations like that. Pass through, trade by. Is that a module? Well, you know, if you sit and analyze it and you use it for effect and whatever, yeah. But but a lot of us don't think of those things as modules at all. We didn't sit down and say, let me come up with a thing that I can do and memorize that, consciously trying to memorize it. But certainly there are things I call all the time more interesting than those examples I just said, of those little two-call combinations that I've called before. But I never, when I'm calling, and so let's say mental image calling or sight calling, which is pretty much the same thing. In other words, it's freewheeling calling. I don't sit there and plan things way ahead like that. Certainly, I have at the tip of my tongue. If you tell me any formation, that I can tell you, 50 things I could call from there, and I wouldn't think that any of them are modules. And it's like, at that point, it's like, what is a module? Well, it's any call. So saying that those things are modules is because different people don't consider those kind of combinations to be modules. Sometimes gets people a little upset, might be putting it too strongly, but they're like, oh no, wait a minute, what are you saying? So that's why you get some kind of pushback on that.
Martin has his hand up.
Yeah, hi everybody. Chris, when I listened to you and what Daryl said, the key sentence I heard was that if you have to decide what to call next, the moment you see it happening on the floor, that creates the stop and go movement.
Oh, that's totally true. I'm always thinking several calls ahead, but I'm not thinking of them. In other words, if I were to stop and think of them, so let's say I call a call swing through. I don't sit there and say to myself, gee, what's a good thing to follow this from? I can think of swing through, and I've already thought of 50 things. It doesn't take but a third of a second to come up with a huge list of things I could pick, and I deliver them faster than the dancers. I mean, I deliver them, I think of them ahead of time. I've got 2 or 3 calls queued up in my head all the time. But it's not because I said, oh, what's module number 14? That would be a boys run and a Ferris wheel from here. I don't think that way. While they're doing the boys run, I'm thinking to myself, oh well, maybe we'll do an AC-doocy now.
Now, I'm from Germany. I don't have not yet experienced a discussion about somebody being upset because he's labeled a module caller. Is that really something in the U.S.?
Well, it's not upset. Might be putting it too strongly, but I know, but I noticed that Rich reacted in the same way I do to Daryl's. I'm not trying to pick on you, Daryl, but you're the representative at the moment. And so one guy says, "Oh, you're using modules even though you don't know it," and the other guy says, "No, I'm not." And so that creates a little unnecessary bone of contention, and it's really due to, I think, a definition of what people say are modules. I think that's what.
I could say this is that the argument about modules doesn't belong in an environment where you're trying to create a safe space for somebody that's learning. So I would just leave the whole word module out of the whole discussion. You can talk about swing through and boys run, and in my mind, that's a flow module, and it also converts. I have a little mental image system, and that preserves the order. If you think of order as a term, so swing through boys run is a module in multiple senses, not just So you could argue that, but I think the discussion about modules is hurtful to that environment where people can think differently, and you just get rid of all those bumps and things that. Then just let people express themselves in their own way and think about their things in their own way and enjoy their calling experience their own way. And I think that that's a way to get a happier calling experience and a happier, more motivated student.
If it's certainly the case that in a practice environment like you're talking about setting up, you really got to let them do their thing and be non-judgmental and whatever. If you're in a sort of a more classroom-oriented thing, or you want to, you want to talk about modules and talk about ways to put choreography together, then certainly modules are a big topic. But I'll give it. Well, so I called for probably about 30 years before somebody said, "Oh, do you know the magic module?" And I said, "The what now?" And they said, "You do this and that and the other, and it does this." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, everybody knows that, but I didn't. But I didn't ever sit down and say, if I want to do that, I will do this." It's just like, yeah, I noticed that going by. So I would say that when I call quote unquote modules, it's not with the same intentionality of that people usually associate with that. But the main thing about modules is that if you say module, somebody thinks memorized. And that implies you sat down, you saw it written down, you memorized it, you said it does this. Okay, now I have that, I can recall that. And but there are other things that people do, not at all like that, that are they might look like that's what they're doing, but that isn't how they got there, and that isn't how they think about it. And so then when you say you're using modules, mental image calling, by the way, on Don's system, does not have any two-call combinations. There's no that it's just every unless you want to say every single call is a module, and most of the modules have zero effect. That's so there's no memorizing of that sort of thing there either.
Brian, you had your hand up. Okay, we haven't heard from you yet.
So I recall, I guess I was kind of working with Dave Wilson at his collar school back in 2003 in Germany, and one of the items that he was touting, again, it wasn't modules, but it was to me it was probably one of the most innovative practice techniques that he was giving the students. And what it really was creating a database of what he called before and after pairs. And so you would write a call, and you would then create a list of calls that you could call after it, and also create a list of calls that you could call before it. And then as you're doing each call, you're basically seeing you're limiting what you're going to be calling before or after a particular call. And what it does is that particular exercise allows you to sit down with each individual call and see that, although there's, maybe 69 calls on the list, there's only 5 or 6 that you can really call after that call and get reasonable flow. So you don't have to think extraordinarily hard. And also, once you've done the exercise, those particular items are in your head. They're not necessarily memorized, but they're sort of there, and then it makes it easier to call. But they're not really modules per se. They're just, all you're doing is you're limiting the list of calls that you're going to pull from when you call a particular call.
Very well said, Brian.
Yeah, that's. I used to use a similar technique when writing Courier Breakdown newsletters. I would write down, the call I was featuring, and I'd write a bunch of calls that I could use before and a bunch of calls I could use after, and then I would build on these are obvious, and then do a sequence with ones that are more difficult but it's not on the fly like we were talking about. I would like to
Janet has her hand up. Janet?
I would like to just kind of make a note here. I'm a caller. So what kind of caller I am is open to interpretation based on everybody's own viewpoint, their understanding, and their exposure of how they've gotten into this. The bottom line is that it's more important to learn the calls, not only their definition, but the call analysis sheets. I personally made my own call analysis sheet because I didn't feel the others were adequate. That call analysis sheet that I made is now on the Caller Lab Knowledge database so that you can go get it. It's actually 3 pages long, which is more work than most people would want to do, but it helped me learn my calls really well.
Very good.
Janet also did a nice presentation on that many, many months ago. Was that before or after we started recording, Dan? I can't remember.
That was actually, I think, late June or early July when I did that.
So we probably were recording by that time. So if you go back into the archives of the listing of these sessions, you can hear Janet discussion and the discussions further about her call analysis sheet. It was good.
And that video was done prior to all the amendments after that. So there is a new version put out later that year, and that's what's on the Caller Lab Knowledge database.
I'm sure there is, because I know we were discussing additions at that time, and you said it was a fluid list. I wanted to comment on the Chris's comment. You threw in a phrase that I really liked, and it was semantic misinterpretation. That's a good way to settle arguments, is realizing that you guys are speaking a slightly different language. I like that. Also, Chris mentioned that, when he calls swing through, he's got a whole list of calls he can call after that in his mind, and he picks one before they get there. For the newer caller, let's say we have regular facing couples or right-hand waves with the men on the end. When you call swing through, you've got a picture in your mind. Oh, this is gonna end with them in waves, and the men are gonna be in the middle. And if it starts with right, it's going to be a right. And if it starts with a left, it's going to be a left. You guys have to, a step before what Chris said. One of the main things, and this is mostly a discussion about timing, but one of the main things you have to do is, if you want to keep people moving, you can't wait to see where they end up before saying, oh, what can I call from here? You've got to visualize it in your mind before that, so that you can work on that list of what they can call from here. And if you've memorized typical things, this flows after that. I like, was it Rich's thing about 2 call modules? If you want to call them that, that's a good thing too. John, did you have your hand up?
I do. I think that all this, the premise of Rich's discussion today was to get people out there to learn how to call, or to get people out there just to call. And you guys have drug it off into the module thing. And I think you're a step ahead of where we wanted to be with Rich's presentation. We need to get people out there and let them call. And after they've done it enough times, they've had enough fumbles and maybe some limited successes, then they will move into the next thing about, well, how can I make this better? But you need to get people out there to learn how to call, or not learn how to call, but just to get out there in front of a mic to push people around. And then the discussion about getting into modules and flow and all that sort of stuff will develop once they discover that maybe they don't know, they need more than just standing in front of a mic. So I like Rich's idea it's great. But once somebody gets into that, then I think the rest of the discussion about modules and flow and all that stuff will creep into the paradigm, I guess you'd say. I thought.
Thank you, John, because that's a good point. But at least we kept it on track until the official closing on the hour, and then we tend to go any which way. But
I can't emphasize enough how much I agree with having an open, welcoming, non-judgmental environment for people to practice in. I think that's just an awesome thing. The closest thing that I've ever participated in that is well, I'm not going to go into it. It's a little bit like Toastmasters, and I get a lot out of that, and everybody that attends has been getting a lot out of that too. You were talking about make sure the caller has to have fun and project that, and that's an essential ingredient in not just learning, but in the whole thing. And just to sort of go on with that, probably the most important thing at a group that you might want to set up like this is to make sure that you have a facilitator who totally understands that's a key ingredient, because somebody is going to be leading this thing, if only to get the hall and get people in there and say hi everybody and get it going. And that person really has to make sure that the environment doesn't turn into something else, that it remains very open, and that not only that perceived leader, but also the other members that are participating there are all going to be offering that welcoming feeling. You don't want to have you're going to get some shy newbie in there, and I don't want to get up, I'm afraid, and they're just going to sit there. You're going to have to, if everybody is on board there, if the whole little cult is urging you to get on the stage, that's better than just one person. But anyway, the leader has to project that, and everybody has to sort of reflect that and help help the new people feel totally safe, and that's what's going to get you the good success.
I would like to see a little bit or hear a little bit more, and maybe there is nothing there yet, but the notion, Rich suggested that the notion of many more callers calling to much smaller groups is intriguing to me as where is square dance going? Because it's clear that wherever it is now is not sustainable. So yeah, I'm intrigued by that.
Any interest in us having a session some Saturday on just flow modules, things that people like that fit together, or things that don't like? And we'd probably have to use terminations for that, but just to throw in a flow module, and then people would say, not bad, but overflow. It flows well, but whatever. I don't know. Any interest in pursuing that? There seemed to be a lot of discussion about it.
I think it'd be fun. I know whenever you bring up flow, you can get multiple opinions on any given combination of calls, where it's, is it good? Is it bad? How bad is it? Oh, but it does this. Oh, but they're used to it. Oh, and people go on and on. So that'll happen. But nonetheless, it's a valuable and fun thing to do, because there's certainly quite a lot that everybody agrees on, and it makes people think. Mainly it makes people think, so that's good.
I'm not sure terminations is, well, it's better than talking about it, but it might not be as good as real dancers, but it might be interesting. Well, Dan and I will have to think about if we can present that and get you guys commenting and arguing nicely with that.
One of the things I think that Clark tried to do in some of his early attempts at computerized square dancing was to have the computer analyze the flow. So you might get him to talk about how difficult that was when he comes by sometime.
He did do that, and he analyzed the flow for each. This is before he was a caller, but his master's thesis at MIT was creating choreography, a program that would create it. And he analyzed flow, and yes, we should have Clark do it, but he's busy this weekend. Otherwise, he would have been presenting something. But he did analyze what each of the dancers on the floor would do, and found out that it was almost impossible to keep everybody happy by the guidelines he set up for flow. And so he settled on 6 of the 8 to do it. And I probably broke it down into terrible, okay, and good, and probably allowed okay and good through, whereas he tried to initially eliminate the okay also and just have good. I think he eliminated the totally terrible, but that it was an interesting exercise. And yeah, maybe Clark has some new thoughts on that, or will bring up his old ones.
There's a lot going on in the comments if you haven't looked. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rich.
No, just saying that, I mean, Mel, you wrote a whole big thing. I'm trying to read through it.
I can't see any of the comments.
You click on chat.
Oh,
No.
Chris has a visual problem.
No, it's
oh, sorry.
It's essentially what I was saying. There's that discussion on modules and sequences and what they are. You know, a lot of people will go on to that. Anything that is a memorized sequence of choreography that does one thing to another thing with a specific purpose is classed as a module. Therefore, every movement is a module. Every 2 movements is a module if you use them repeatedly. At some point, there's got to be a defining differentiation between the two. I use my own, and that's just what I post up there. And for me, a sequence is, by the definition, a series of related events or movements that follow each other in a particular order. That's repeatable. It doesn't really have a purpose. It's just something's repeatable if the parameters are the same. A module is a set of standardized units that are put together in a specific way that do a specific job, and they're always kept in that exact same form. So when I use that, I said a sequence can be considered a module, but it could also be just a bunch of movements that are used and repeated to apply to a number of different places, such as a facing couple. Swing through, boys run, wheel and deal, for instance, to me is a sequence. It's also a 2-couple 0 module, but by the same token, facing couples, slide through, reverse flutter wheel, Dixie style to wave, step through, that will work. A standard phasing couple. It does the same as a pass-through. It's a pass-through equivalent. I don't consider that a module, but I do consider that a flow sequence because I can throw that at any facing couples or any standard phasing couples.
And you did know that it's a pass-through.
Yeah, that's what I did note. I did note that it is a pass-through. It's the same as. For me, a module is the same, but it has one distinct difference in that it has a clearly defined start point and end point, and it's rigid in its structure. In other words, a corner box to a corner box, a corner box to a partner line, a 0 module or a 2-couple 0 or an invert and rotate module. It defines the start point of everybody involved in that module. It defines the end point of everybody defined in that module, and it's applied for that reason. They can be flexible back and forth, but that's where I separate the two between a module and a flow sequence, and that's the terminology I use.
When I pretty much agree with that, Mel. When I think about using of the module of the method of choreographic management known as modules, I think of you memorize little packets, zeros, equivalents, and transformation things, and you put those packets together because you know where this one ends and where that, and at that end of that, you can think of, I've got this, or this I can do and move from there. And eventually you know which ones will bring you back to a resolved state. You definitely, to handle it properly, should know what's going on during that not just as a module, but what each call is doing in the process. But basically it's a bunch of packets you put together. They're puzzle pieces of more than just one call at a time. They're puzzle pieces of, or domino series of 2, 3, 4, 5 calls at a time.
See, I agree 100%. I use the example, swing through, boys run, Ferris wheel, centers pass through. That's a module. That takes me from, for instance, a corner box back to that same corner box. Now that module I could call as swing through, boys run, Ferris wheel, centers, slide through, reverse flutter wheel, Dixie style to a wave, step through. All I've done is I've added a flow sequence equivalent for the pass through. I don't consider that sequence equivalent as a module. I consider the module there, all I've done is put an equivalent, the same as calling something instead of. And that's where I separate the two.
I haven't thought of this term before, but you're using nested modules.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Martin has his hand.
Of course, some of those modules are I guess there's a prerequisite in the fact that you have to know the phaser of the formation of the dancers prior to doing the calls, because they won't work if the dancers are in opposite positions.
Yeah, and that's what I said is the difference between a module and a flow sequence.
I pretty much go along with those definitions. Now, as far as one thing that's makes me say, "Oh, I'm not using modules," is that let's say you had the setup that you get from like a head start through. Okay, so now everybody here knows we can go square through 3 element left or something like that, or partner trade or whatever. But so if I'm calling along and I'm thinking, oh well, I think I'm going to resolve. And let's say I get to that position, or I notice I'm there, or whatever, and then never mind how I got there. So the next question is, what am I going to do to resolve? And some people will say, well, I know a memorized thing I can do is this, or I could do this one, or they have a little catalog of pre-memorized things, and some of them are sort of inescapable, because if you got there on purpose and you're trying to resolve, surely you know that you want something that does like a partner trade. You can see where they are. That one needs to go there. That one needs to go here, and we're done. So, but I don't, as a rule, think ahead of what any of those equivalents might be. I don't have any lists of 4 calls in my head. I don't have anything memorized, right? That's beyond. If you want to say that I memorized the sequence double pass through track 2 because I knew that was a nice thing to do, then I guess you could say that's memorized. But I don't have anything with a 3rd call in it at all. Nothing ahead of time. It's got 3 calls. All right. So I don't want to lie here, right? There are singing call figures. Sometimes I'll memorize a whole singing call. That's just modules, and I do that sometimes. Where I memorize the whole singing call, and I'm just going to do that. But normally, when I get to that position we talked about, I don't have a list of modules that will get me to the corner. And so people are like, what, you mean you're making that sequence up every single time? And the answer is yes. Every single time I'm inventing on the fly a new quote unquote module, which I may or may not ever remember, generally will not, to get there. And so that's so to somebody else who's using memorized modules from there, they're going to look at that and go, oh, Chris knows module number 37. I do that one all the time. Whereas what Chris is thinking is, I never did this before, or possibly, oh yeah, I have done that before after the fact. So there's a different way of thinking in that sense.
Martin, you had your hand up, but let me throw in one quick comment. When I said I think of modular callers as zeros, equivalents, and transition modules, I forgot 2 important ones, setups and get-outs. But Chris reminded me of that, but this is a totally different thing. Martin, what did you want to add to this?
Let me repeat, I'm from Germany. I'm not a native speaker. I'm not trying to offend, but the choices of words are limited sometimes to me. I have a question for Rich. I ran late on the session. I'm sorry for that. But all this argument that was going on now about module, is the intention of the way you set up this dance or this call possibility to keep that kind of discussion away from those young or beginner callers? Because that is, in my opinion, that is killing it.
I agree with you, Martin. Exactly.
One more question. You talked about the callers experience the fun of calling, But still, the fun of calling is from the dancers having fun dancing, not because you're a module caller or mental image or sight or whatever, but because you have a sense of how to dance, how to move dancers around. Is there any kind of feedback that you give to the participants there?
I could say that I try to estimate the kind of person that likes feedback or doesn't. We have a number of people that come to our workshops again and again, and maybe have been coming for 5 or even 10 years and have not progressed, in my personal opinion. They're always just where they were, and that's it. And those people generally don't want to hear what you think. So I just try not to say anything. But, I do my best. Sometimes stuff slips out, and I think I've offended people over the years because I tend to be pretty transparent about what I think or what I feel, but I'm trying to file off all those corners. But some people like feedback and they ask for it. Go ahead.
My experience is that especially the callers are almost oversensitive about things like overflow, and will signal back to the callers who are dancing will signal back to the person who is calling that, yeah, hey, we've turned around 7 times now. Can you turn us the other way once or twice? Things like that.
Yeah, well, I find that the idea of Rich's sessions to be a breath of fresh air, because from what I've seen in my area, there's virtually no caller training unless the local callers association decides to do a caller training session, which is like pulling teeth, getting them to decide on what they want to do, and then having some of the local callers volunteer to do it, because in our area here, most of the callers consider the dancers theirs, and they don't want to have anybody thinking about dancing to any other caller. They think of it as competition, which is irritating. And they're not very forthcoming in sharing any of their skill or ability. So it becomes a little difficult to learn calling in, like here in British Columbia, or at least in the Lower Mainland. However, when I joined Caller Lab, I found a much more collaborative environment where people were willing to share their ideas, and people were willing to tell you, and from multiple levels, from all the way from beginner level all the way up through advanced and challenge concepts, and it's a very collaborative environment, which I really enjoyed. But to me, whenever I go to the national, and I go to the caller schools before the nationals that are run by GSI, which are mostly done by accredited caller coaches, they're just following the curriculum. And what I see is a room full of callers who are just overwhelmed by content, and they're not getting any mic time, or when they do get mic time, they're very nervous because they don't get a lot of mic time. Part of that has to do with the fact that there's just so many of them. But yeah, if you give them an environment where they can be comfortable, they get a lot of mic time, that's going to make them a much more solid caller, because mic time is probably the most important thing as far as I'm concerned.
Brian, I agree with you that the concept that Rich has brought up here is pretty valuable if it could be done in different areas. And that's the reason we brought him in here, because I heard about it, and I think it's a great idea if you can do it. I do want to stick up for caller school shotgun approach only for my personal thing. The first caller school I went to, and granted it wasn't a week long, it was a once a week kind of thing. So I did have just a couple of pellets and then time to absorb and what have you. And it's probably got to do with my kind of a brain. I don't remember much or even any mic time if we had any, but I did appreciate the shotgun approach, because the fire hose approach, because I knew pretty much nothing, even though I'd been calling for 5 years, and I didn't appreciate all the things that went into it besides just figuring out how to choreography works. And I learned all these things existed and understood them, even though I couldn't do them. And I remember saying, and I've mentioned it before, when I left there, I thought, gee, if I ever learn how to do all the things I know how to do, I might be a pretty good caller. So there is value in the overall fire hose approach, but then there is a big need for the training of the individual aspects of that, of the different water drops. And there's so many different ones. So
that is a good point. I guess what you're basically saying is that the world needs many things, including caller schools that overwhelm you and don't give you enough mic time. And then you need your own 8 dancers for yourself to have in your own, space. And then there's the in-between thing where if you can get some callers together that you guys can kind of mix and meld and bring some of the new people along. And the world needs sort of all of these things.
I think maybe we need to come up with a school that teaches that, we're not going to make you callers here. We're going to tell you about all the ingredients that go into it. And then we're going to say, you can learn this part this way. You can learn this part this way. You guys ought to get together and practice this way.
Martin,
go ahead.
Here in Europe, in Germany, we have the European Callers and Teachers Association, and they have regional groups, they call it, and we have caller schools, a limited number of caller schools, but we have them, and we have now prior to the COVID area.
Of course.
Today we have Zoom sessions like this one. We have a lot of exchange between the callers, but after the COVID, after the lockdown, I don't think the COVID will go away. We are thinking about the European Callers and Teachers Association being the place where you define how square dance is done. I'm lacking for words, what is the how can I put that? That we dance like a shuffle step, or we want to do proper posture, hands up, all these discussions. That the Caller Association can give a frame, the caller schools, and I think that's your fire hose word. I haven't heard that yet. It's you pump stuff into the brain and they have to live with it. And then you have a regional group, and when you say we should teach something, looking at a mirror myself, I don't think I can sit there and let the callers call like Rich has pointed out. Sometimes I don't ask whether they want my feedback. Yeah. So we have to teach those who run those groups what is the purpose for those groups.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to add on, Rich made a comment in his presentation that where we're going from here, what he can see as a future envisioned is smaller groups of collective dancers with more callers than we've had before, which is, phenomenally great. And I'd love to see the dancers increase to meet the number of callers we get. I'd also like to add on to what Brian said. In that type of an environment, there is a place for the teaching. A good example is we're talking of one subject today, and now it's generated. We're into hour number 3 of the discussion, which is going on about a singular topic. This is the feeding with the fire hose effect to the nth degree on a singular topic. We've actually run a caller school around one square dance figure, one singing call figure, and we built a whole 3-day weekend around that one figure and what we could do with it. Just that topic, looking at different aspects. These Zoom sessions have that ability. In my sessions, we've done modules. We've done 7 one-hour presentations on modules. Some of the after discussions have lasted up to 4 or 5 hours. We hijacked Dan's account on formation modules and flow module. I think that one was 11 hours. How many hundreds of gigabytes was it when you finally got that thing uploaded, Dan? This is an availability that is for us, where we have not only the free ability for dancers or for callers to learn the technical and the theoretical aspects in a unthreatening, free environment. But it is the place to take what we learn here and put it into that type of environment that you're approaching. I'd love to see a future where we have these things sort of melded together. If I can, I'd like to continue on with my Zoom. Dawn, I hope to God you guys continue with yours, because the topics, I know GSI is looking at starting off with their lecture series again. All these theory things need to have a venue where they can put them into application in the type of environment that Rich was describing. That's my thought of what's needed for the future.
One of the things.
I was just going to say in the notes here, like from Ed is because Ed I guess doesn't have the mic on his system, but he's basically saying you can create this environment actually in the club, in the normal regular weekly dance night at your normal square dance club with everybody, just by carving out a time in the middle or the beginning or the end, whatever there, to create that environment where you get newer callers a chance to call.
Some clubs are up for that sort of thing, and some really are not. And you could describe them as being selfish in that way if you want. But I would never tell my paying customers that I'm going to demand that we do this thing that you don't want. And some places don't like that, but some do, and that's great. I just wanted to make a little note for our international friends. The metaphor that's a line that you might not have heard before, that everybody keeps referring to. It's the metaphor of trying to take a drink from a fire hose. That's where the fire hose thing comes from.
Thank you, Chris.
One of the things that I think have been unique about these sessions that we've been doing is there's some learning, but there's a lot of discussion and thought-provoking. But we've hit a whole variety of topics. Some are critical to square dance calling. Some of them are related to it. Some are just how we think and what have you. And it's kind of, I've enjoyed the variety, not just focusing on this, that, or the other. And it's been hopefully taking a drink and not fire hose up until the hour is done and anything goes, like today. By the way, Martin, your English, you don't have to make excuses for it. You do very well with it. Hannah, what's the deal in Sweden? You guys are physically not that close to ECTA, even though I'm sure you're part of it. Do you have any special kind of training groups up there working with other Swedish callers?
Yeah, well, we did some in my part of Sweden. It's south of Sweden, closer to Denmark than to Stockholm. And we have had some in Gothenburg, where younger callers and very young callers also are meeting up on regular basis, practicing and calling to each other. And they are as many, so they don't need dancers to come and help them out, because they can fix it themselves.
That's I think what Rich is aimed at, is not having dancers there, but just enough callers to partake and be the dancers also, and it helps to make a safe environment, which is one of the main things here. And if you can hear, other callers don't mind hearing that you're on your way up the ladder and working on this, but sometimes you don't want dancers to know that, gee, you're not perfect.
Yeah, well, I noticed my picture is frozen. Sorry, I'm not frozen. I am very much alive. But to say something more about that, when we used to have our meetings here in the south of Sweden, we also had a very mixed group of younger people and older people trying to get into calling. And some of us have a lot of experience, but not always only the experienced callers are helping the non-experienced caller. Sometimes the best help for non-experienced caller is another non-experienced caller, because they both have the same situation and they can understand each other much better. But if the experienced caller has enough of oomph that he knows or she knows how the newer caller feels, then that's fine. But that is not always the case.
We actually had a session on that where Dan was saying that some of the things that he's heard to help people, to help beginners, were words that total beginners didn't understand. It took a year or two or three to bring that terminology in. That was an interesting concept that hopefully some people have learned from.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes the less experienced callers can teach the more experienced callers some stuff that they didn't know or didn't realize that could be done in certain ways.
For sure, I learn something every time I go to one of these caller workshops. There's some creative mistake that's like, wow, what can we do with that?
Absolutely. And I know some callers, some accredited callers that say that they love to do the caller schools because they learn so much from them.
Mikael seems to have had to bow out already here, speaking of Swedish callers, but in the mental image class, he has pushed my knowledge of one of the more advanced concepts nicely these last few weeks.
He has a very, very great brain for the technical things.
He definitely does.
Square dancing, yes, he does.
And I think that's where I've heard a lot of people talking about callers helping callers. I'm in a very rural area like Cece, where the nearest caller is 2 hours away, and our state organization might as well be defunct. So my help comes from what study I do, but my dancers, I usually ask them for feedback. And I have one particular dancer who is that inquisitive mind, always questioning, is not afraid to challenge me, wants unusual things. And so I'm kind of using them as a sounding board, saying, did you think that one flowed well, or how'd this go, or whatever. And they're usually very honest with me. And the other thing is I videotape everything I do so I can watch and listen to what I say. So it's more along the lines of self-evaluation. And I've always heard, nobody's worse on you than you.
One of the things that came up earlier, and I've always found it very fascinating, is we talk about dance callers are a unique bunch because they try and share information, and callers are a very selfish bunch because they want to keep their own dancers and don't want others to steal it. They're two contradictory things.
Yes, but you're right. If I may say something, I am raising my hand, but since I'm frozen, you can't see it. Sorry to break up, but when I started to call in my club, it was really difficult to come in as a new caller because those callers that were in the club, they were fed from top. So every new caller that came had a tough time. It was like it was a tradition in our club. And I just never understood it. So the callers that came after me, I did everything in my power to help them, even when I was very unexperienced, because I felt it was so wrong to be like that, to build a wall between the new caller and the club. And now things are different, and I'm very happy that they are. But you are so right that some callers, they are guarding their stuff like it was a golden egg that only they need to be the owners of. And it's so strange because we are our own people. We are not, there's just one of each and one of us. We cannot become somebody else. How much we would and try to do it, we cannot do it, and it will never be good if we try to be somebody else. So that is something I never could understand. But I see as I watch those Zoom sessions and I talk to people that those things are kind of not so much anymore. So people are more sharing with each other, and if you want to put it like that, they are showing more love to each other, which is a wonderful thing to experience.
I never understood or never liked the concept of callers thinking these are my dancers. I always felt that the more dancers get entertained by anybody, the more they are going to enjoy dancing and the more likely they are to show up at my dances also. And I'm glad, and in my current stage now where I'm not calling, I've got nothing to do but enjoy sharing information, either my own or bring other people like Rich in to do that. But Hannah, I'm glad to hear it's changing there anyway, and I'm glad that you agree with that attitude.
Well, let me say that this is that if you are a professional caller and you get your income from it, it really is your golden egg. And if you know, for example, myself and Don, we're what I call hobby callers. I mean, we have an entire career outside of square dancing, so it is not like our only identity. But what's basically happened is there are people that guard their golden egg and don't share anything, and then there are a few people that do share how they feel. And those people have always been in the world. And the modern internet has made all of those people that are willing to share able to share. And that information is now widely available. So we're basically going around all the people that like to guard their goose egg. And some people actually say they can see that everything they know is being shared for free on the internet. And I think it's been pretty tough for some people to realize that they work super hard their entire career to build up this precious knowledge, and you just want it for free. Well, I can get it for free without you. Your name's not even on it. You're going to pass, you'll die and pass on, and nothing that you've learned has been shared. So you kind of feel, I mean, to me, that's one of the things that I discovered in life is that, when you're dead and gone, what are people going to remember? It's going to be what you shared, how you helped somebody. So to me, it just really made the focus on an urgency actually to share as opposed to guard the golden egg.
I agree with you, Mel. A great outlook, Rich. Great outlook. Great way to think. And again, a lot of the full-time callers, I think they're willing to share because a lot of the full-time callers are traveling callers, and they want each local caller to build up a group that can dance, and then hire these local callers in, the traveling callers in, to keep the glitter on their golden egg as such. So again, it depends on personality.
There's nothing wrong with a little self-marketing and promotion.
Martin, go ahead.
Just realized I have dark hands. I was repairing my bicycle. I'm sorry.
That's cute.
One more thing is that we have in Germany forgotten to bring up one or two generations of callers. I started calling in 1978. I quit in 2000.
Martin, you're not even that old.
Well, look at this. and I came back in 2014, and there are 4 or 5 new callers in 14 years. And we have a problem now with callers getting very old and maybe quitting. And of course, that will bring the activity down.
That's sad, but it's also, I just remember the last time I went over to Germany to do a caller school with Al Stevens, which close to 15 years ago already. There were no new students in that. It was all people that just got together once a year because they enjoyed exchanging ideas and what have you. And
Peter, you're getting too old, Peter.
And the first several schools I went with Al, there were definitely newer callers there. Good, sad point.
I remember in 1981, I went to my first ECTA meeting in Heidelberg, and I showed up in the callers meeting. There was about 230 people sitting around talking about all sorts of things, and I put up my hand asking, I'm sorry, I thought this was for the newer callers because I haven't got a clue what you guys are all talking about. They were talking about something else on advanced level choreography. I didn't know what they were, but that was how many callers and people interested in calling were in that room around that big Coliseum type auditorium at that time. And there were a lot of those were brand new.
But Don, we met in 1990 something in Stuttgart at the Night Owl Dance.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Your name looks familiar, but
Oh no, I was totally different that time.
So the Night Owl Dance, I remember two different dances in Stuttgart. One that I guess I was part of that I called with Al, and one that we just dropped in on.
I think the one you dropped in on with Dave Prescott.
Dave Prescott, yeah,
Yeah.
Dave Prescott now, and
Yeah.
I called a tip there, but that's I guess the first and only time that I met Dave in person. We've communicated a lot
Yeah.
since then.
Okay.
And before that, I don't know if you know that Dave has a brother who's a caller in Alaska, and
Yeah.
I met him back in 1970, and we see each other at Caller Lab now and then.
It's Mike, right?
He also has one in Seattle too.
That's Randy. Yeah.
That's right. They said that. Yeah, Mike is the one I've known, and Dave, I guess, is very respected over there.
He's my mentor.
Oh,
and I started calling again when Al moved back to the States, so I took over his clubs.
Oh, nice,
Club.
nice.
Yeah.
So as Dave being your mentor, Dave is very big on mental image calling. Has he pushed a lot of that onto you?
It did.
Good.
But I have to admit, I can't handle it. But when we had that discussion before with that site calling and that module calling, I mean, I visual myself being a dancer 2 or 3 calls ahead, and that's from what Dave taught me. But at that time, I was brought up with no dancers being there for me to dance. It was just a white piece of paper and a pencil, and he said, write it down, write it down. You know?
And Martin, when you see Dave again, tell him I'm still waiting for him to get a hold of me because he owes me a session on Zoom.
He's a pensioner now, and he's.
I know.
Yeah, and he's. I don't.
There's still a number of people here that haven't really spoken yet. I want to try to encourage you, if you haven't really said much, to jump in a little bit.
I'm sorry, we have to try to get in again because we lost the camera. So can you let us in again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you log out and just rejoin the session, Dan will let me in.
Yeah, I am now watching the participants list. Sometimes I miss it a little bit when I've got the chat.
Rich, I'm going to bow out. I want to say thank you very much, and also for generating a good discussion. Thank you to everybody. I'm going to try and get about 4 hours sleep before I got to get up for my session because I've been up since 3 o'clock yesterday morning, and it's now 3 o'clock this morning.
You're one of those crazy square dance callers. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mel. It was great having you, really, and I appreciate the support.
I'll see some of you in about 4 hours or 5 hours.
Dan, do you know on the participants list that if you go to more and then slide down, there's a ring doorbell when people are in the waiting room?
Yep.
Because I use that all the time, so I don't have to constantly look at it. And Rich, you were talking about people checking the chat out. I don't have the ability to read chat and pay attention to what's going on at the same time. So I save them and go through them later. But any direct messages, I apologize for not answering.
Hey, Janet, you were mentioning earlier that you were concerned about callers being labeled as site callers or module callers or whatever type of callers. Well, I'll let you know that most callers label me as a psychopath.
That's a good path to follow.
Crazy is a good term.
He's thinking outside the square regularly. Or is it outside the box? I can't remember which it is. Anyway.
I'm going to tell a quick funny thing that sort of echoes two different things. One is the thing about beginner callers going into any kind of a teaching situation. It happens at caller schools all the time, and I was a little surprised, but on all these probably 100 now Zoom sessions of different ones, heard the story a lot about new callers complaining about, oh, I went to the caller school and it was too much or whatever. One of the things I hear is that, and I've heard this story a lot of times, a lot of people have said this, oh, I went in there and right out of the box, they're saying, okay, now let's say you have a box 1-4 and blah 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 blah, and the newbie callers, a lot of them, they don't know what that is. Box what or corner box or whatever. They have no idea what you're talking about, and so then everything after that is just blah blah blah. They have no idea what you're saying, and it's just something to be aware of. But my personal funny story of that is, now I've been calling for a long time, and I have a reputation for doing lots of very creative choreography and high-level stuff and all this. And I went to one of our callers meetings, just right before the pandemic started. We had a local callers meeting, and it was an educational meeting, and so we had somebody come in and give us a workshop, and it was on something about choreography, and the guy was harping on a fundamental piece of what he was doing was stuff from a right-hand lady box, and so I'm sitting there, and I'd never heard that term before, and so they're like, oh, it's this one over here. I'm like, okay, why would you ever care? So that's just a contrast between a module caller and somebody who's not a module caller, and yet the same people are sitting there going, oh my God, how did he do all this and that? And as soon as they told me what it was, I'm like, oh, okay, well then let's see, on mental image that would equate to something like this. So yeah, and then I just did everybody was all impressed. But I walked in there not ever having I had no idea what they were talking about. Just right-hand lady box. What? Okay, why in the world would anybody even care about that?
Obviously, Chris, it's an across-the-street box, which meant nothing to me either.
Yeah, when I first started, I didn't need any of those terms because the way I was calling didn't use any of those. At some point, I asked somebody, it was probably either Don or it might have been Bill. I said, "What are these things?" And they said, "Oh, those are module things. The only ones anybody cares about are box 1-4 and 1P 2P. These are those two." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And they said, "Oh, by the way, when you write your material, a lot of people just start from 1P, 2P." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, good idea." So on my written material, a lot of all my cards started from 1P, 2P after that. And then I would just site call to the 1P, 2P formation.
Okay, so as a new caller, I haven't heard those particular definitions. 1P, 2P. I mean, I'm doing corner box and right lady box, but so could you make this a little more modern terminology so I can equate what you're saying?
Right.
Yolanda, the 1P, 2P, I can't remember who came up, maybe it was Lloyd Littman, with his method of doing it is facing lines, number one man, P his partner, number two man, P his partner. So basically zero lines or lines within.
Okay.
And the box 1-4, they, for some reason, people have been calling 8-chain through formations boxes. And the 1-4 was the number one person facing the number 4 woman. Box 1-4 was called that, and then it went to zero box, and I guess it's a corner box.
Corner box? Okay, so that's what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
1P, 2P went to zero lines, and now it's a partner line? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's
background.
Corner box and partner line is what they say now, I think.
Okay. Yeah. I was hoping that's what it was, but I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
But you're proving our point that advanced in age, advanced in experience.
Well, I think it's how I think of it is generational, right? So, because I went to my first and only caller school, and they were doing zero lines and zero boxes, and then I came on Zoom, and all of a sudden it was corner boxes and partner lines. And once I realized that the two were the same, that was helpful. But then I realized it's generational. Every so many years, they just changed the terminology. And you have to understand that's what it is.
And you know why we changed the terminology? Neither do I.
I don't know, but I prefer corner boxes and partner lines than all those zeros. That was confusing for me. So I like this much better.
Yeah, there were a bunch of different nomenclatures people came up with over the years. Yeah.
Yeah, but as a site caller myself, I couldn't care less about any of those names. And every time I hear somebody say, "Oh, well, yeah, you get them into a zero box, or get them into a partner line, or get them into this," I just couldn't care. Just doesn't bother me at all.
The main thing that I try to teach callers when we talk about strange terms like that is it's not part of calling, it's part of callers communicating with each other. And if they know the same language, then they can communicate. But you definitely don't need to know this, as Brian says, to be able to call the dancers. And you definitely don't expect the dancers to know, I want you to head square through 4, make sure you get into a zero box. I mean, a corner. Yeah, whatever. So,
but you do need to have two callers that have the same generation of language.
yeah,
because otherwise you can't communicate.
Well, it's incumbent on the geezers like us to keep up with what the latest terminology is that everybody's trying to use.
Yeah, that's why they make changes, so the experienced callers can keep learning also.
Well, that's where they need to make a interpretation list that would be available so that if you do get a hold of old material, because I have some very old teaching material and it refers to the old 1-4 box and stuff. And so having that available so new callers can go, oh, what does this mean, and translate it themselves, that would be a good thing to have available. And I don't think it exists out there.
Oh, that's a good idea. Somebody should make a dictionary like that has all the different ones.
So did you volunteer for that?
I'm not the best person to do that, but
Janet, you volunteered because I know you.
I'm a little overwhelmed with nationals.
Okay. Hannah, your camera's working again.
Yeah, I've been calling for a little over 31 years now, and I've been aware of all of the nomenclature that's been going on. But again, the entire time I haven't cared any bit about it.
Again, it's for communicating with other callers, and sometimes, Brian doesn't communicate very well. So no,
no, not at all.
Well, I think I'm going to fade out of this because you've tasked my lunchtime. Rich, thanks again for joining us and getting people. As I told you, the conversation got started, but it always goes somewhere sometime. And even though I'm borrowing out, it looks like it's still going. Anyway, thanks. Hope to see you guys again next week.
Appreciate you. Absolutely. I learned a lot about how to fire back at people that talk to me about modules.
Take care, all.
Thank you.
Quiet.
Oh,
then I wrote.
I'm sticking around if people want to just keep talking. I've nothing more to say. I mean, I could talk forever, and I shouldn't.
I promised Charlene a bike ride before my 1 o'clock thing, so I'm going to leave the room open. Y'all are welcome to hang out, but I'm going to go do other things. Catch you later.
Thank you.
Bye, Dan.
Bye.
Hey, now, Rich, what are some of the other things that you have on all 8?
The important thing to know about all 8 is that it was started when I was 1 year of calling, and probably most of it had been done by the time I only had maybe 3 years of calling experience. And I like to say that if I hadn't started then, it never would be. The fact that it even exists is because I was willing to start a website before I was qualified. So really, truly, the time to do it, if you're new enough as a caller, is like right away when things are fresh in your mind. Once you get to knowing stuff, you kind of lose sort of all the details and it doesn't matter as much to you. So keep that in mind when you're looking at my website, is that you're looking at somebody with roughly 3 years calling experience doing all that. Now, if there are any mistakes along the way, I try to step in and fix them, but there's probably still stuff there that's just, not that, not necessarily correct. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's just sort of a garbled mess that evolved to where it is. And needs time and attention, which I don't have time to give it.
But it does have some stuff on it that at least newbies and probably other people would find interesting and useful.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's probably the entry that the caller workshop thing that, that calerschool.com kind of gives you a little bit of a way in, or if you just type, square dance notes or something on Google, you probably hit it pretty high up on the links. You can start exploring. I would say the best part of the website, other than what Dan had already mentioned, those little note just happen to be more popular than others. I wrote a bunch of articles. So some of those articles are good, including this one on flow and lots of different ways of looking at different aspects of resolving. You just sort of explore, I guess, and if something looks wrong, let me know. I might still have a cross read through or whatever that old name of that call was. There's probably some of that still in there that needs to get fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for us newbies that are just starting out, it's still new material, right?
Oh yeah, it's got all the stuff I was interested in. If there's one thing that I really feel that I owe my audience out there is how to call a beginner night, all the pieces from the very beginning. And I have so many notes on how to do all that I don't have time. I'm 300 to 400 or 500% engaged in my job. I just don't. There's no time to do anything. And this is a career growth period, and it's a huge tidal wave, and I'm riding it, and I don't want to fall out of the saddle, ride this horse or whatever. I don't want to fall off the board if I'm, whatever metaphor you can think of. I'm focused on that now, and it's just going to have to wait. When the time comes and I have more energy, like retirement or something, then I truly look forward to getting back to it. If square dancing survives until then, I will definitely do a little bit more there. Certainly appreciate your support, though. I had no idea. I mean, you just throw the website and it's just sort of sitting there and you're not thinking about it. But I guess some people can make some sense out of it, and I'm glad. I mean, it's gratifying. Stuff I did a long time ago, still paying some kind of benefit.
I haven't been on it. I just found out about it now. But I'll definitely be poking about and seeing what you've got.
Maybe it'll inspire you to start your own something. There's nothing like when you're collecting any kind of information, there's something to be said for having like a draw, something that pulls it out, and having a website, then you have a thought or something, and then you have that channel that goes to get that information out to the world. A lot happens. Same thing as when you have a square dance club that you're calling for. All your new choreographic ideas has that output. You got music you're picking. That music is being pulled out, and that's really the situation to take advantage of when you have it. And website's nothing. It's just.
Yeah. What I liked was the fact that you were saying that callers are allowed to enjoy themselves and have fun, because I've heard a lot the last year about it's all about the dancers, and yes, it is about the dancers, but I don't know, I've been feeling guilty that I like calling, and normally when I go behind the mic, I connect with the dancers and I enjoy watching them smile, and afterwards we're talking about, okay, this singing call was neat or something, because I just basically did singing calls to begin with. I just started patter before COVID, so it was like, oh, okay, we like this one better than this one or something. But there's a connection that you have between the dancers. To me, it's not. I don't know. I've heard a lot about the business of calling, and yes, that's important. But to me, it's also about connecting with the dancers, right?
Oh, for sure,
so,
yes.
And having fun myself as well. So.
Yeah, I'm glad you responded to that, because that had long irritated me about caller schools, is that they don't consider it. Just the whole thinking of the teachers not trying to imagine the concept that the caller really should have fun is sort of a fundamental focus on the whole endeavor.
Well, I know that if I, when I was doing my singers, if I really like the singer and I've been practicing, that fun of being able to do that particular piece of music, that comes across to the dancers then, right? So they're going to enjoy it more because I'm enjoying it more. right? So that was my logic anyway.
I certainly agree.
You know, so
it occurs to me that the reason why you probably hear so much about uh, this seemingly negative, it's all about the dancers and not about you. The reason I think why maybe you hear some of that is because some callers, and it's mostly going to be newer callers, because if you do this, you won't ever survive, and so you won't be an older caller, as a rule. Is that they'll get very wrapped up specifically in what the caller thinks is interesting choreography. It was interesting to the caller. It was fun to work it out. They think it's just some cool choreography that they've worked on, and so um, they focus on that and forget that the choreography might not, first of all, may not be as stellar as you think it is, particularly in terms of flow or something like that, and that it might be inappropriate material for the level of the floor. You're calling stuff that's too hard for them, and new callers often don't have a good sense of what's hard and what's difficult and how to push a dancer the floor along. Well, they can do spin the top, then they can probably do this, and that means I can probably do this to them, and then I can do that and this and that. Yeah, no, it doesn't really work that way. And so they get very carried away, and the result is that they come off very badly, and the dancers are down there and they're thinking, this caller doesn't care about us, it's just a jerk. Um, so there's that's a very easy trap to fall into, and I think maybe there's been a lot of sort of overwarning about that, and that might be what I'm just gonna guess might be what you're feeling, is that people reacting in that way.
I'm going to say absolutely yes to exactly that point. And one thing I think that wasn't brought up during our discussion is gender tracking. I find that, tracking, as he's mentioned, spin the top. Spin the top is super easy from one position, but probably pretty hard from the other. And that, because of that, it's gender doesn't really, it's one of the things we cover in our workshop that wasn't brought up during this little session, is somehow in that same thing. But totally, I digressed a little bit, but your point about that you need to, for certain people that are so into themselves, that you need to remind them that it is about the dancers, is a very valid point.
Well, and that kind of person. Well, all right, so nobody goes and says, I think I'm going to get up on stage, you give me a microphone, I want to boss some people around, and we'll all have a good time. Nobody.
I can picture some examples.
Yeah.
Well, no matter how shy you are, nobody gets up on a stage and says, I'm going to be a caller, unless they have some element of ego that's going to allow them to ever possibly think about doing such a thing. So it's not surprising that and there's so much studying and stuff that you can get into when you're trying to figure all this stuff out, that it's a very easy trap to fall into, and particularly because new callers, I mean, and maybe some other callers for that matter, they do not have a sophisticated, nuanced understanding of what makes things hard and what makes things difficult. That's a huge amount of additional stuff to learn.
Very difficult subject indeed.
Yeah.
Very easy to go off the rails. I speak from experience.
I think it's about the dancers, Jolanda. And I was heavily into choreography, but this COVID thing made me change my mind. It's about the dancers, but it's not about the complexity for the individual dancer. It's about the beauty and the art of the 8 dancers doing stuff simultaneously and enjoy that. So there can be a circle left as exciting as a do half of that and add a little bit of this. And that's the art. So it's about the dancer, but it's not about to impress the dancer, but to bring out that make them experience that a circle left with all 8 dancers moving in the same direction at the same speed with a posture, with a smile on the face, flirting. That is what it's about. And all these discussions about modules and get outs and sight calling and whatever is taking the focus away from what square dancing is about.
That's just
I
absolutely
agree.
right. I mean, it's about what it is it's about you leading a bunch of people and having some fun. I mean, I do a lot of party nights and things, and of course, you go in there, they don't know anything, right? And there've been nights when the floor at the beginner, or not even beginner, but party night, was weak. Maybe they'd had a little bit to drink or something. I don't know. But there have been nights when I've gone in there and called almost for the whole night, practically nothing but circle left. I kid you not. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 calls, Alaman left and promenade or that sort of thing, but just up to the middle and back. It's just all this completely, the stuff you do in the first 5 minutes, and I've had nights where we really didn't get very much. I've had other nights where they're doing load the boat or something, but um, the it has nothing really much to do with the choreography. It just has, you have to see what the group is capable of doing, and you want to have like you're talking about, the connection with that floor, and then them digging you is that's the thing that's all about. They're not going to walk out of there. If it's a challenge group, they will walk out of there going, "Oh, did you see that?" But if it's a normal group, they're going to all they're going to remember is whether or not they had a good time, and the smiles and your ability to project that from the stage, that I'm having a great time and we're having a great time. Let's all have a great. That's the
Yes.
bottom line if you're going to be successful.
Yes, I went to one dance. It was one of the last ones that Jerry Justin did, and I had just enough choreographic knowledge that I knew what level he was calling at. So before, I thought, oh, this is really tough, right? And I thought, oh, he's putting it all together from basically basic, some mainstream, and everybody was happy. Everybody was having, I mean, it was great flow. No squares broke down. It was interesting enough the way he made the combinations that not everybody would know what came next. And I thought, oh, so you don't need the really difficult choreography in order to, that room had electricity in it. It was like everybody, he was having fun, or at least he, showed that he was having fun, if nothing else. And people, they were friendly. You could hear the laughter and stuff. That's the kind of color, not that I need to know his knowledge base, but that's the kind of floor that I would like to create.
Just know that that's crazy hard. It takes a whole lifetime of
Yes.
failing to get to that point. That is really, really to be admired, because it is so difficult. It is crazy hard to call easy.
Yes.
Choreo is a piece of cake on the way to that success.
One of the one of the things that makes a floor like you is if they can tell that you're totally secure and totally confident in what you're presenting when you get up there, and the way that you're going to get that is through practice and experience, and that's another good reason why those kind of workshops that Rich has been talking about are useful, because that's what gets you up there and gets you comfortable, just using the microphone and the music, and not worrying too much about a lot of things, and just moving people around and just getting comfortable with that. That's a really big part of it.
I do have a question. One of my first caller schools, I called something that was not possible to do, so I apologized to the floor. And the color coach told me that you should never, ever apologize if you make a mistake. And to me, it is so outside my personality that it's just not possible for me to follow that advice. I just wonder if you had a situation like this at the color school. Yeah, you did.
I don't know who brought it up, but I have a questionnaire for my dancers. And in an ECTA, in the Callers Organization's discussion board, I brought up the idea of asking the dancers, what do they think about my calling? Give me advice. What about my selection of music? What about my presentation? What about blah, blah, blah? And there was a caller stating that the dancers are not to be asked because they don't know.
Oh my!
And I was shocked. I was you know, I mean.
What is it? I didn't quite follow you there. The dancers are not to be asked. What?
The dancer is not the person to be asked because he is incompetent of answering the questions.
Well, the dancers know if they had a good time or not, and if you ask somebody, it doesn't even not just in square dancing, but a situation where you have something technical going on and then people interpreting that, they don't know, they may not know if there was something wrong. They may not know what that thing is, and like for example, I can't hear sometimes means this material is too hard, right? So they may not know. Sometimes they know, but a lot of times they don't know, or they'll say something that's not really their thing. But they know if they had a good time, and they know if they got something or not. And so you may have to filter a response, back through the lens of what you know, or find somebody who's more experienced and have them help you interpret it, maybe. But certainly there's nothing wrong with asking. As far as apologizing, if I screw something up, I apologize for it, and exactly how you handle that, it was really it depends on your personality and what exactly happened on the floor and where everybody is. This recoverable? Or are we going to have to square our sets or whatever? But let's say I called something. Boy, I haven't done this in a long time, but nobody's perfect. Let's say you call something that's just plain wrong. I mean, just can't do that at all. And I don't know what the hell I was thinking, right? Why I said that, but and the floor goes down. I would just immediately say, "Oh, I'm sorry. No, you can't do that. That's my fault. I'm sorry. Just square your sets." And actually, a thing that dancers are always willing to do, and that is the least amount of trouble, and the fastest thing to get everybody going again, is just to say, "Oh, no, that's wrong. I'm sorry. Square your sets." Now, if you do that a lot, they're going to get annoyed, of course. but there's that's not a big sin. You shouldn't be too afraid of that. That's the easiest way to recover. You just don't want to go on and on and on with the apology, rambling at the mouth like I'm doing right now. You want and you don't want to be timid or whatever. You just be right up front. It's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. No, you can't do that. I'm sorry. Square your sets. I screwed that up. Okay, here we go again. Let's try." And just get right back into it like nothing happened, and all will be forgiven.
Basically, in less words, to Hannah, acknowledge your mistakes, but don't dwell on them.
No, I'm not meaning to dwell on them, but if I do a mistake, I would like to apologize. That's life to me. I'm just because
I'll tell you,
I'm
there's
on the stage with the microphone in my hand doesn't make me some big human being. I'm just like the other people in the room.
Yeah, if they know that you made a mistake, and if they get any inkling that you're blaming it on them, that's bad news. Don't do that. I'll apologize for a kind of mistake that they won't recognize what went wrong. If I call something that is too hard and they break down, that's there's two approaches to that. They go, "Oh, why'd you guys break down? What's wrong with you?" Right? You could be thinking in that mode. But if I accidentally break a square down, I will immediately apologize. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Look, that was not fair. I shouldn't have called that. Square your set, and either we'll look at it again, or maybe we'll do that next tip, or whatever, and then just get right back into it. But I mean, that's something. The dancers are thinking, oh, it's our fault we broke down, and well, yeah, kinda. But I shouldn't have called that. That's really what's going on here. So I would apologize for that.
Sure. But Martin, about asking the dancers, I think it's the best way if you have a class with dancers, because basically what we are a one-man band. So we have to choose the music, we have to choose the choreography, and we have to sing, and we have to make everything a wonderful experience for the people that are listening and dancing to us. And they are the best judges of how we are doing it. They can really help us. And I have a colleague in my area here, and once he came to class and he asked the people to try to listen carefully what he is calling and how he's doing that, and because he needed people to give him feedback. And what happened there was that he often said always he would call square through, and then he would add you do. So almost after every call he added you do, without being he didn't realize that he did it. And when the dancers told him or wrote it down to him, then he stopped doing it, and he became so much better at his classes, and he eventually started to call bigger dances as well, because he asked the dancers to help him.
Like you mentioned several times now, it's an approach to life. I experience that those callers that are, like you said, on stage being the dictator and saying I tell everybody what to do. I think they suffered in life, and sometimes it's a way of protecting themselves. If you have an absolute positive approach to people, then you can act the way you do, and I assume I do as well, because the microphone in hand is a deadly weapon. You can kill anybody from the stage with that microphone, and you should never ever use it that way.
No.
And I think that's the difference. And the art, Yolanda, that I was trying to explain, the art of calling as I see it today, is that the dancers are moving, and you as the caller are just there to gently give them a direction and let it flow. And I experienced you doing a Zoom dance, and you are on the way by your personality and the way you do it. Don't let choreography get in your way.
Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah. I've been trying to listen to different interpretations, and I was starting not to call the way I used to call, and it was like, I'm not me anymore, right? So it was like, okay, I won't last the way I'm not an in the box person. I'm an out of the box person. So so Rich, some of what you said really, was dead on for me. So it's like, let's all just be who we are, and the dancers will choose who they will connect with. I mean, sometimes the dancers will like how I do it. Somebody will like how Hannah does it, and somebody will like how Martin does it. And if we're just ourselves, we will make those connections, hopefully, right? And we don't, at least, I mean, maybe if I'm doing this longer, maybe but I am a dancer as well as a caller. And the people that are on the floor know me as a dancer anyway, right? So do I have to put my high hat on because I've got a microphone in front of me? Or can I just be myself and share, right? I mean, I would not be, I started with square dancing in grade 3. I had a teacher who loved square dancing and loved music. And at first, I still remember my first, it was Oh Susanna just like it was instantaneous, right? It was like I wanted to do this. And then when in the 80s I met my late husband, and he was a square dancer and a round dancer, and he said, do you know anything about skirting? And I said, and my face lit up, and it was like, yes, I really, I haven't had access to it, but I really enjoyed it at the time. And I was lucky enough when I went square dancing with him, he went right down to the basics with me, and we had a caller that enjoyed sharing. So in the 80s, my husband and I were both going to call as a team, right? And I was working 6 days a week, and John had a little more time, so it was like, okay, John was going to start, and then he was going to teach me. And then it turned out he had sleep apnea, and he had to work at an evening level, so we stopped going. I didn't know you could dance just by yourself. That wasn't around in the 80s. But I went to square dancing with a great caller who was willing to share, and the squares were fun. And of course, I was in one of the younger squares, and we were allowed to goof off because the caller knew that, we would fix it. We on purposely broke the square down. Everybody in our square had to do it at least once, and then how quickly could we fix it, right? Before the tip was over. So he ignored us when we did that. So I've always loved square dancing, right? So to me, I want to bring that enjoyment to the dancers somehow, right? I want to share what I experienced, and so that when other people retire, hopefully I'll have enough information that I can do that. And I'm right at this brink of needing the choreography and not knowing how to make those blippity blip checkers move. So, but when I went to the color school, I had some other people who said, oh, we can't stand those things either. It'd be nice just to take those things and have them as a frisbee. So I wasn't the only one that couldn't do that part. But I'm willing to plow my way through that because I enjoy the connection with the dancers. Right? And once I understand
that comes from that work.
Pardon me?
You see the value from all of that effort and work that you're putting into it.
Yes. And now to have a little bit of knowledge and then being able to create with those basic moves to go, okay, how can I make this just a little bit different so that the dancers go, oh, right? But to have it in a very simple move, like those basic one moves, that's fun. But they're really, because I can only visualize the basic moves. I can't visualize the higher ones yet. So I can't be creative with stuff that I can't see in my head yet. Right? So I have to stay with the basics. But to get that look from the dancers, like, oh, is fun.
But there's another look from those dancers. I mean, if you are on this choreography track, and that's okay because everybody's on there, and it's good to know the choreography. But by the time you can call a circle left in a way that you can see the dancers appreciating it the way you do it, by putting it on the right beat, giving the command in time,
yes.
Being in with the music, no other call, just a circle left. I'm trying to get there. Once you're there, I think that's paradise.
Yeah. All my cards now have highlighting so that I know where to put the emphasis on it, because I didn't realize that what was really important, because when I dance I can just hear it in the music, right? And then I went to color school, and some of the callers they didn't do that. So it was like, okay, so I have to interpret that. I didn't know I had to interpret that. So I wasn't doing that in my calling, right? So now it's like, okay, so this is, I also, when I dance, I do lead, as even with the regular dances, I do both positions. So as a dancer, the lead, you have to think 2 or 3 steps ahead so you know that the floor is available. I'm not talking square dancing right now. So the same thing I have to do for the dances, and I didn't get that was part of my job, right? So now that I understand that, my highlighters are it's like, okay, how do I?
That's a really excellent analogy that I don't think I've heard people say. We talk about especially when we're talking about site callers, but the example that you gave there of the ballroom dancer lead he can't do a box and then stop and think, well, what next, right? So you've got to be planning a little bit ahead of time, and the amount that you have to plan ahead on the calls it's very, very similar to that.
And that only clicked 5 or 6 weeks ago, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, okay, so this is what you guys want, right? Like that aha moment still has to come.
I teach that kind of dancing, and this analogy never occurred to me. I'm gonna use it from now on.
Okay. To me it was like, okay, so there are similarities, right? Well, at least the guys will understand it. The women that haven't led before may not understand that part, but it's like you have to think ahead, and that was like, oh, well, how do you think ahead in square dancing, right? And if you can't do all your checkers, I can move certain things, and I can shortcut certain things, but I did it first, square through 4, I did them over and over and over again, and then it's like, okay, just take the shortcut, right? Because otherwise you never get anywhere. But there's certain other ones, and it's like, oh, I'm looking at those checkers, and it's like, now how the heck, I can say the move, and I can dance the move, but how do I get the checkers to do what I want? But you need the checkers.
I have a terrible time with, I can't do checkers, just fumble fingers. That's just it. But so what I've always done is I diagram them out on paper. I draw what the checkers would be doing. And I just, when I was, in fact, when I was first starting, the very first thing I did was get a big giant spiral bound notebook, and I would write my sequences out in that. And, with a diagram, sometimes I might have to make an intermediate diagram halfway through the call. It looks like this because I couldn't visualize the whole thing yet. But the other advantage of that one, of course, is that when you get a certain ways down and your diagram doesn't make sense and you go, oh, I screwed up something, you can go back and figure out where you go back and figure out at least where things were symmetric last time, and pick up the thing from there. Whereas if I was doing it with checkers, it'd be like, oh, gotta start all over. Drawing the checkers instead of pushing physical checkers around is a perfectly fine way to go. Very fine.
And that's what I was doing the first couple of lessons when we started Zoom. I had them all drawn out. I color coordinated them with my checkers, right? And for some reason, I memorized them. And then I realized that I asked for termination because I'm not an auditory learner. So, and then it was like, oh, but you need to learn terminations. You need to learn colorama. You need to do this. And I got sidetracked because I know we need to learn how to use all this stuff, but I learned better. It takes a lot of time, and everybody's saying, well, but if you use terminations in colorama, then it's so much faster. But I was, I'm actually in sort of spring cleaning mode and reorganizing stuff. And I thought, that's when I was actually learning,
My counsel has always been the same. Don't use those programs. Don't do it. Do it by hand. Because having the computer do it and watching the computer do it does not do the same thing to your brain that you doing it either with checkers or drawing it, whatever you're doing there by hand. It's two different things going on in your brain, and watching the computer do it is not going to get you ultimately where you need to go.
Well, and terminations, I get stuck. It's like I was typing in stuff that I know that I've done on the floor and that work, and then termination says, no, you can't. And it's like, okay, so now I'm hooked. Then I have to phone somebody for help. And it's, and it's like, okay, Tam Nation says that by the third or fourth line, I can't do this, but I know that it should be. What do I type in so that I can, confirm that that I have flow, right? Because there's more to this left and right and left hand stuff. You also don't want to spin them out of control, which is where I'm at right now. But
well, if you're pushing the checker and you're or drawing it or whatever, you're going to see that as you're doing it. You're like, so let's see, now this person's on the circulate. They're going to go start over here, and they're going to make this arc over here, and you're looking at this in your head, and you're probably not actually drawing the little line on the paper, but you're in your mind you're tracing it, and so therefore they end up over here, and you've done that. That motion has happened in your head, and so you'll see, oh, didn't we just do something just like that, or and also you get the idea of how it goes in a really low down level in your brain. It's sort of like muscle memory, only for your brain. Whereas if you just watch the computer do it, it's just not the same. It does not register the same way.
Yeah, and I've always been a kinesthetic learner anyway, a multisensory learner actually, and I liked it enough that I've been passing it along to other people. When they say, well, we can't learn, it's like, you want to bet if I will find a way to make you learn, right? And so, not make you learn, but figure out how you learn and then show you how to, right? So I had kids that couldn't do math or they couldn't do English, and it was like, okay, we will find a way, and
coming
then
up with alternate strategies and stuff is always that's actually a lot of the fun of teaching.
But the hard part is now figuring out how I learn how to do the choreography.
Yeah, it's a lot of the times it's hard to see things from the inside out. Oh, but speaking of which, I always found when I was first learning that resolving was easy if I was inside the square. If I was calling from inside the square, as opposed to being up on stage or whatever. For some weird reason, when I was up there looking down, it's like, oh, this is really hard to see. But when I was down in the square, it's just like, oh, I just need to get me over there with her and this, and just boom, boom, boom. And so it's funny what different perspectives will do.
Well, I found with this Zoom solo dancing that last year somebody was trying to show me how to dance by myself, because that's the requirement for callers, to be able to dance their own choreography and other people's choreography. And it was like, how the heck am I going to do this? So with Zoom, this is perfect, right? I can do hours and hours of practicing and nobody has to put their own time in. I can just learn as a dancer.
Yeah, I think that's going to be there's only a small number of people that are, or I should say, very small percentage of square dancers that are into the Zoom dancing. It seems like it's a lot because the numbers are large, but you look at these things and it's like, yeah, but this is out of everybody in the entire world. So and most people that I've talked to, they're just there's no way you can get them to do it. They're just not going to be interested. But I think that for those that do, it's going to be a really valuable. It's going to really improve their dancing a lot. When I learned to dance, from night one of circle to the left and stuff, from lesson one, I was already doing dancing with seven phantoms. Later, after the dance, I went back to my office and said, now let me see if I can reconstruct how that went. And so and through my whole square dance learning, I was always dancing with lots of phantoms, usually seven. And even when I was at the dance, I would go in the back. This was not considered too weird so I learned in a really weird, unusual, unique club. But so this wasn't weird, but I would go in the back, even though there's 6 squares in front of me, I would go in the back and just dance with 7 phantoms during the night, just for practice, so I could make sure I was do it. And I think that really helped a lot, in the calling and the dancing for that matter.
Well, I'm getting there. So and then when I was off a quarter or something like that, and so one of the callers decided to start an SSD group, and I thought, I am going to start right at the basics again and see where I'm making my mistake as a solo dancer. And then I finally figured out one or two things that I was doing wrong. And it was like, oh, okay. Because when you have the people on the floor with you, you see them and you can, it was like run, you're going one way or the other way. And when I was doing this as a solo, I wasn't always doing it the right way. And so when I figured out what I was doing wrong, I was like, okay, now that's why you're a quarter out, right? But I wouldn't make that mistake on the floor because I have the people in front of me.
Yeah,
right?
sometimes that's assuming they're all going the right way, and some people, I think, actually, when there's a lot of people around, on the one hand, there might be people who are sort of catching them and checking them and things to keep them from going the wrong way. But a lot of times it's just very confusing to see a lot of people around moving and they're all going somewhere. And so to some degree, that's also a confusion factor for people when they're learning. It's just like there's a lot of stuff going on and I don't really know what it is. Where am I supposed to go? How?
Well, I never, when I was dancing, it just sort of came automatic. Like I had missed 30 years and I actually went back. John had wanted to go back to square dancing when he got early retirement, 55, and he passed away in 54. And there was actually a group just down the block that was going to do a jamboree, and I just was going to go down there, right? Just to sit and watch. And they were missing somebody from the square, and they said, why don't you just come back up? And I said, otherwise, well, and it's funny, somebody knew me well enough to say, if you don't, then all 7 of us will have to sit down, right? So I went back up in 30 years and it just all came back, right? So because I'm a kinesthetic learner, when I can touch people, it just, and that's why after a while I did the second position because it was too easy. So, and then I got to the point where I was switching from, every tip I would switch back and forth, different positions and stuff. But it's different as a solo dancer because I don't have that touch. So now all of a sudden I had to think, right? That body memory wasn't available. And so, because I could do my groceries list in my head while I'm dancing, and all of a sudden I have to think. So just, all of a sudden my learning, my strongest learning style was taken away.
I always like to say, feel the phantoms. Grab a hold of that phantom and like really feel that they're there, and that somehow can help tap into that side of you.
Yeah. But I just never paid attention. I didn't really pay attention to the formations and stuff. Like I danced, and I always wanted to have the newbies in my square, and they realized it. So I always ended up with the new people were my corners and stuff because, so I wasn't only following myself, but I'd follow their corner and there. And so if I realized they were, it's like, okay, just turn around that way and you can keep going again, right? Not doing it for them, but when they would get stuck, instead of breaking down the square, I could just nudge them, right? But not looking at it as formations. Like when somebody said waves and A-chain throughs and stuff like that, it's like, what? It's like, I dance by calls.
Well, that's pretty common with dancers. I mean, I remember running one of my first advanced workshops, and the people coming into it were pretty hotshot plus dancers from a very technically oriented club, and yet when I gave them the handouts that I made that had diagrams and pictures and formations and stuff, and the things, my notes had started out with I don't remember what call, some particular call or another, and I was sort of trying to get more formal and explaining to them that there are actually definitions, and you may think a definition of, say, swing through is something like this, but it's really this, and then I had some other diagrams. they were flipping through these things. You know, I handed them out, and they were flipping through them, and they were quite a few of them were just aghast and amazed. They're like, oh, this is what it looks like from top down. Oh, I see what we and they immediately started relating what they were used to doing on the floor, but they had never thought about it in that kind of a topographical way, and that kind of a diagrammic way, and they were very it was like a big eye opener to them, and I was a little surprised that they didn't have that amount of sort of formation awareness and abstract concept of what they were doing before that. But these guys in particular, I was a little surprised. But it was a big eye opener for me that people, not everybody thinks that way, but most people think the way you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I'm in one Zoom group now where the caller is actually using some of the formations terminology as a way to direct the dancers. And I thought, oh, now that is nice. Because he'll say to the dancers, okay, we're in a wave, or, now we're in an 8 chain through position. And he uses that click where he will add dancers and then take them away and stuff. And the dancers are saying, we've never been exposed to this terminology before. In the beginning, they would ask what he meant. And I thought, oh, okay, so I'm not the only one who's like that. And then, but now they don't have to ask anymore. They comprehend, okay, this is an 8 chain 4, and this is, wave, and then it makes, this is the top down view, basically, right?
Well,
so
people don't know the terminology at all. If you
No.
go to any random club and just walk over to a bunch of dancers and say, what do you think an 8 chain through formation is? They're not going to know. They're going to go, I don't know. I know a call called 8 chain through. What's a formation? Do you mean? And they'll, but they don't know what you mean. Why would they? Well, my dancers would, because I tell them, but.
I enjoyed speaking to you guys very much. Rich, thank you very much for your approach, and y'all stay safe. See you next time.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much.
Bye. Yeah. I think every group and every meeting you have, you learn something, and it's.
I learn something all the time. I go to every Callers Association meeting, and I go to all the Zoom things that I can, which is a lot of them because I don't have, unfortunately, much else to do these days. And but I've been doing it a really long time. Not today's talk, but most talks that they say here's going to be the subject and whatever, and I'm like, yeah, well, I could give that talk, and so could several other people here. And the reason why you got a bunch of experienced people hanging around on these things is we know there's always something to learn. It could be something new about choreography. It could be a reminder of things that you know perfectly well but you haven't thought about lately, and it makes you go, oh yeah, I should really do more of that. Or it could be something about what is it that new callers know and don't know. It could be, there's always something that there's at least one little thing in everything that's of value. So you never stop learning, even if you're a know-it-all like me, you never stop learning. And the moment you think that you're done, that's not good. You always got to keep going.
Well, thank you very much, Rich, for giving us the presentation and hours of talk afterwards.
Make sure that Don hears, because he arm twisted me for a few minutes. So I guess Clark Baker was originally going to do it, and he bowed out or something, and he was desperate to need. He says, "Rich, can you talk on something?" And we sort of negotiated and came up with this. So Don has really an awful lot to do. I don't do any of these Zoom sessions at all, virtually. This may be like the third square dance related Zoom session that I've ever done total for the entire pandemic, because I'm really focused on my career. But Don called up and I thought it was a spam call. So I said, what the hell, I'm going to talk to this person. And there you go. It turned into this opportunity. And by the way, I think that was yesterday.
Oh,
so,
why not? Spur of the moment.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the best way.
It was great that you could come and do it. This was a good one, and I had not heard of anybody putting together a group like that before, and I think it's a great idea and a bunch of really important principles in the idea there. So thank you for coming and talking.
Chris, you and I think are we think very, very much alike. You think in principles, and just our approach to life in general, I think is very very much like the same. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've never met before, but I had the same impression of you.
But just reducing things into concepts and just focus on that and let people kind of fill in all the little details that maybe get mentioned, but you'll figure all that stuff out.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to figure out.
It's okay. You got your whole life to do it. I love to say that, it takes less than, say, 40 years to get 40 years of calling experience. But in fact, it pretty much takes 40 years to get 40 years of calling experience. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, some people said, well, why? Some people said, why do you even start? Because square dancing is going to end pretty soon. But I've talked to callers now that said, people told me that in the 70s. Yeah, and they've been doing it for 45 years now, right? So it's lucky that they didn't listen to somebody back then. So.
What a thing to say. Oh my God.
Well, I thought, well, if I get 5 years of doing stuff, well, at least I've learned. Like if I don't try.
Yeah, but tell somebody it's gonna be gone. Why are you bothering with that? It's like, how about some logic? How about like, well, if she's doing it, then it isn't gone yet, right? It's like,
yeah. Well, they said, well, we're just, we have an age requirement at the moment. How many more years can some of these dancers still dance physically, right? So it's, well, but if we could go back, when we were in the 80s, we had people with kids that the kids were playing on the side, and we would toss coats in the corner, and when the kids got tired, they would fall asleep on the coats, right? And so, well, yeah, but in the meantime, they'd heard all the music, right? And so when they were old enough, they could go on the floor. So we were creating the new generation, right? And did it hurt for us to have the little kids wandering around, as long as they knew not to get in the physical square? Although we have done that on occasion. We've had some family nights where, the grandparents brought in 1 or 2 kids. But do we give up? I mean, maybe we end up with a form of Zoom dancing or something. And maybe we start a new generation of dancers that maybe we have to use different music or something. But
all those things are very matters of opinion. Obviously we're going to get back and have physical square dancing, pretty soon. But as far as things like, you got to have new music and whatever. I remember when people were telling me, oh, the kids, they're not going to do square dancing if, because you have, this old fashioned music and whatever. And, you got to get some of that modern music. And that's other callers talking. And so I remember being told that repeatedly. And meanwhile, I'm going out and doing party nights at college campuses for freshmen, and using my same old music as I always do, and they loved it. They just thought that they didn't need any new music. So I use a little bit of new music for variety. Occasionally, I'll put something in that's not a square dance record or something, but just for variety. But don't let people tell you too many things about that sort of thing. You just go
I agree.
Try it yourself.
Oh, Mike's here. Cool.
I've been here. I've been here all along.
Oh, okay. You're just the quiet one in the corner.
Yeah, I just
literally.
I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth. But along the lines of music. I had a 17-year-old in a class 2 or 3 years ago, and I kind of apologized for the music to her, and her comment was, "I like all kinds of music."
The only thing I don't do is I don't do a lot of. I use very few traditional patter records because they all sound to me like da 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 da. Shoot me now already, you know.
Yeah.
It's
But
too
once in a
repetitive.
while,
Yeah,
I
but there's
I
some
like to use a traditional once in a while. It adds to the variety.
exactly.
Absolutely.
I have some of those that I use for variety, um, but that's probably the main thing. Um,
Yeah, that's
but
one of the things I learned with Zoom is because I now have Rich. This is like color school heaven, right? I can go to I don't know how many different callers and listen to them and then see how they do stuff, right? So it was like, oh, there's all this different music that I've never heard before, and there's pattern music that's completely different than what I've heard on the floor before. It's like, okay. And you can ask, okay, where did you find this? What's the label? Is it on and stuff? So it's been really interesting having all these different interpretations of how to call.
Do you have where are you? I forgot.
Me, British Columbia.
Oh, okay, yeah. So,
Yeah.
National or regional festivals are accessible to you. Um,
Yes.
so, it's a great reason to go to those is to hear the other callers, especially, the more callers at the thing, the better. If you get a bunch of professional callers from out of your area that you haven't heard too much, whatever, and you got 4 or 5, 6 of them calling it a weekend. It's just great to. I mean, the dance it's fun just to go dancing. But when I go to those things, and especially when I was when I was learning, it was always a great opportunity to study those guys and see what they do. Sometimes I would sit out tips. I did a combination of I want to sit out tips and watch what he's calling and see how the floor does and how try to analyze it from that perspective, and then also I wanted to be in some tips so I could feel it and feel it from within the square and still trying in the back of my mind to kind of keep track of interesting things that he was doing. I would bring a notepad with me for when I was sitting out, because when I was dancing, maybe he would call some cool little combination, not because it was hard, but because maybe it flowed well or whatever. And I might think, oh, I want to write that down, so I got to remember that's a thing you can do. And so I took all kinds of notes like that, and I also took notes on just the general feel of. I remember making a note on one guy. I'm like, when I dance to him, I feel like he's in the square right there with me, and it's a very good feeling. And I want to figure out how to do that. But anyway, studying these, the opportunity to study other callers, especially good ones, is just a thing that's invaluable. You'll look at when you go to those dances, you'll look at things differently now that you're calling. And,
Yes, I've already noticed that in Zoom. I'm not dancing like a dancer anymore. I don't know how many times I can't wait until the tip is over so I can quickly make a notation. Even if it's something like, because I started with things like, 2x2, right? You can't do that too often, and it's like, okay, now how many ways what can I put in there to get my timing right? And now I'm starting to think it in my head, but in the beginning I had to actually say it out, So it was like, oh, somebody says you're doing fine, bend the line, right? It's like, okay, I need to quickly write that down before I do too many tips so I won't forget, right? Sometimes it's small stuff.
Yeah. Most of it is small stuff.
And then only throw it in occasionally, right? But if you want to stay, for me, if I want to stay on track, sometimes that's a good way to do it. And I'm in one Zoom session where I call on a weekly basis, and so the guys on purpose try and distract me. So sometimes having little things to keep yourself focused, right? helps. So, but it's fun, you know. In that particular group, I go in there and I have fun, and you know, from week to week, I don't know what the theme was for almost a year now. I asked if they could plan a little bit ahead because my schedule's getting busier. But it was like I had 1 week to get everything ready, and I had no idea ahead of time what I was going to be doing. And that challenge was fun.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
You also find that just simply having more things to be interested in besides just the choreography allows you to dance kind of like at a lower level and not, look bored. Some people seem bored, and I think of them as being so one-dimensional that they're only looking at one thing. But if you're interested in what's being called and how people learn and who's having fun and who looks like they're going through marital problems or whatever, there's so many other things that you could keep your brain energized on that allows you to stay interested in the lower stuff. So I like that. That's taking off something Chris said.
Yeah, and that it's okay just to call the lower stuff as a beginner, right? That I don't need to do plus and stuff. So, I mean, if I'm lucky enough that square dancing stays, then I'll have time to grow and go up the levels.
If you want to, if you think that's fun, yeah.
You have a whole lifetime. You don't have to do it all this week.
Well, hopefully I'll have a lifetime. Like, with everything changing, will be interesting but you never know. We may have traveling callers through Zoom. So, I'm just enjoying. I mean, I must admit, I like the dancing where you just go in and you don't have to do anything. You can just go and have fun, right? But some of the things that I can do now, and I can just, like certain singing calls, and I can take a figure out and put it in another one so that, if you have a good figure, but it's a Christmas tune, then you just swap it and you can reuse it in other ones. It's like, when I caught on to that, it was like, okay, this works.
It doesn't always work, but sometimes it does.
No, but sometimes it does. Sometimes you can make it work, and then there's the universal one that if you only use it when you really need it, you can plunk it in. For the ones that just don't seem to work with anything else.
After you've been at it for a long time, you'll be able to pick up a record or an MP4 or whatever that you've never heard before and just play the beginning of it, and you'll know just from the structure of the music which figures that you typically use could go there, and what kind of things you could do, and sort of getting to that point is another kind of fun of you learn to recognize how the songs are put together and how the choreography is put together, and whether or not this thing would work well starting out with a grand square or a circle left or whatever.
Okay. It'll be nice when I get to that point.
But again, it's the nobody takes up square or sticks with anyway square dance calling unless they really think it's fun, because it's just so many different things on so many different levels to learn. There's just it's just an amazing amount of different things that you have to learn, and nobody puts in the kind of work needed to be successful at that unless they really love it. But the main thing is to just always make sure that your dancers can see that can feel that fun. You have to not forget that why you're doing it, which is because it's fun.
Yes. It because if it's not going to be fun, then I probably won't be doing it anymore, right?
And if you're up there on stage and the dancers don't think you're having fun, they're not going to have fun. The energy and the tone that you project, you're setting the tone for the evening. And to the extent that you can relate to them in that way and that they can feel you, that is that's the number one thing that is going to make any dance you do a success or not. Never mind what choreography or anything else. That's the number one thing.
Yeah. So the choreography I will slug through. And I think I will start enjoying it when I have that foundation properly of and figuring out how to index it so I can actually find it again. You have no idea how many notes I've taken over the last year, and now I'm trying to find a system, right?
Yeah.
So
You're doing Don's thing, right? You're doing his mental image class, I think, aren't
well, I sort of was. But one of the things we realized was that I follow the lady. And so trying to follow with him trying to teach it from the man's perspective. So then I'm trying to follow the lady and at the same time trying to follow the man. And I don't have enough ideas yet of how things move. So it's a little bit of an overflow. I think if we could just have a class with all lady callers where we follow just like the guys with it, that all they do is follow the men, just as if they were dancing. So once or twice now we had it where he followed the lady, and it's like, oh, so your brain doesn't have to be trying to do 2 or 3 things at the same time, right? It's like I don't have to split my attention at least 2 different ways. I
don't think I could follow. I don't think I could follow both at the same time.
Well, but that's what I'm having to do. So yeah. I'm thinking, okay, maybe until I'm further along, trying to split it both ways is just a little too much for me.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying, and yeah, because the way that the examples are worked and just the whole way you do it in the teaching, he's obviously going to do it with following the guy, and and there's.
So and then once you get to the X's and O's and stuff like that, then it's the rules are are different if you go across the square and stuff like that. But I'm thinking
because your designee is going to be in a different place than his, and so he's
yes.
going to say,
they're
pushing an X over to the right, and you're thinking no, it's over to the left, and which one was which, and no, that's an unreasonable amount of stuff to have to follow.
Yeah,
you should get him to do one that's just for the women.
Well, we almost were, but then a couple of the guys joined, and it became up in the air again. So I think I have to concentrate on my basic choreography, and then when I go back, then because I'm thinking about where am I going to concentrate on, right? So I had to take a week off because my mom had an operation, and it was like, oh, so I am not doing 3 classes at 8 a.m. in the morning, and they're all theory. Maybe I need to give my brain a bit of a break. So I'm trying to figure out how to balance.
If you want to practice it sometime, I'd be willing to do some sessions with you, and I'll do it from just the ladies' perspective. And of course that'll be a challenge for me. Because I'll have to, now I'll be the one that has the tables turned. I mean, I can do it, but it'll be interesting and good for me to have that experience. So if you want to give it a whirl.
I just may take you up on that. Yeah, I'm actually I was off work because of COVID, and my work is nudging me back. So it's like, okay, now. But usually the busier I am, the more I get accomplished. So one of the reasons I like calling is because there's so many different ways it can go. And when I was in school and taking university courses, you're only supposed to take 4 or so. And so the first time I went back after 20 years, I did 6. And I was going to drop 2. I was going to check it out, drop the 2 that I wanted to wait with. And then they said, oh, but this course this is the last year that we're going to do it. So, and then most of the courses were second year courses. And it's amazing. I managed, right? But so I know I can when I really have to, but I'm trying to learn to slow down and actually read a book again. But I wanted to take advantage of all this knowledge. I'm sort of addicted to knowledge. So, to have all this available for me without leaving the house, with being able to look after my mom and stuff while she was waiting for an operation, it's been the best of both worlds, right? But every time it was like, well, maybe it will go away, because they were saying, once COVID's finished, then we'll all get busy and be on the floor again. So I've been trying to suck it all in. And I think I've done the same thing as with caller school, almost overloaded. Right?
Yeah, well, raise your hand if you're a super passionate workaholic deep dive, please give me the fire hose person. And I think that at least 1, 2, 3, 4,
yeah.
Probably 5. I'm guessing at least 5 of the people here, maybe more, would raise their hand and go, yeah, that sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah. So now it's a matter of learning how to balance things out, right? I mean, I made the time to shovel the snow. I think you guys have all heard about that, because that was became the priority because it was a necessity, right? So, but having to choose which theory class not to go to, that would be hard. So I think what I've started doing is cutting down on the dancing to still get the theory. Because I was just getting too tired.
Yeah.
I was doing 12-hour days, right? I mean, I do that on Saturdays still to a certain extent, but
when I first learned when I first started square dancing, it was at a club that taught the material very quickly. Every night was like 15 calls, and sort of high pressure type of thing. We had a huge dropout rate. We had 30% of the people who tried to do it dropped out of the club, and we would send them off to like a normal club where you would learn. We did 0 to plus in 14 weeks. So it was a fast-paced club, very weird. And when I started doing this, I started I remember going the first night, and when I got after the dance, it was on campus where I worked, and so and my office mate had dragged me to square dancing, and so we get back to the office where normally we would be working at least 12 hours a day, or maybe 14, 16 would be normal for us at that university environment, and so we're already going crazy. And so we got back to the office, and the first thing I did was I got out a piece of paper and I started trying to write some choreography based on what I had seen that night, which was not very much. And then every week I kept really detailed notes about what I had learned, and also trying to write sequences. By the third week, I brought them. I was writing material, and I would bring it to the guy that did the warm-up session before the official dance class started. We had another caller who would workshop things, basically for people who had missed the previous week or wanted extra or whatever. And I would always go to that. But so I started showing up. I'm like, hey, Bill, here's a bunch of sequences I wrote. I designed them to exercise me through the calls that I'm having trouble with from the positions that I'm not used to. Would you please call this for me? And then he would call it, and I would dance it. And so by week 4, people are like, so you're going to be a caller apparently. You know, shit, you know, you're on week 4 of your class and you're already, you know, writing material. And so the first, I would say for the first year and a half, starting back then, I spent easily 40 hours a week doing nothing but square dancing, learning, you know, going to the, you know, of which 2 hours of that was class, and the rest was, you know, writing material and trying to learn mental image and all of that sort of stuff. So yeah, you can go crazy. You can spend a lot of you spend a lot of effort doing that.
Yes.
But I spent easily 40 hours a week in addition to my 60 or 80 hour a week job.
Yeah, it's I have to figure out how I learned this stuff. And I think I have to go from talking to you guys, it's like I need to go back to drawing it out. Because the first couple lessons when I drew it out, that's when I had my aha moments, when I understood things much better.
Nothing beats that, and that lady Janet, who was on here earlier, with
Mm-hmm.
her extended call
call analysis.
Yeah, the call analysis sheets. That's just a great thing to hear when you hear somebody who's taken the call analysis sheets. Yeah, I did those, and they weren't enough, so I made up my own and went further with it. That's just that's going to work very well. That's gonna put her in good stead. She's gonna get a lot out of that.
Yes, she loves it. That's her thing.
So 2 comments. All8.com basically started exactly with that. I could say the entire thing is a call analysis website. I put a tremendous amount of energy into what calls come before and after in generating flow modules. It doesn't look at it like when you look at the site, but I actually did a statistics, and there's 650 pages on all8.com.
Wow.
And a lot of those are choreography and probably stuff nobody even cares about. And something, Jolanda, you said earlier, 2 things. I actually track the woman. All of why calling, when the corner is always the woman's corner, and the singing call figures always visualize the woman's path through. And it turns out it's not really a mental image system, but I have a little mental image helper thing. And it turns out if you view things from the women, you can do things from the partner pairing and from the corner pairing with the same. So there's an advantage of tracking it from the woman. Now, all that said, for you, if you're learning to do if you lead in ballroom, whatever, if you can do the lead in square dancing and you can learn it, then you really can just see it from that side, and that's okay. But just know that to this day, I track the women always for all the calls, all the time, every purpose. And then if somebody wants me to do the man, I mirror image it and back calculate it from the woman over to where the man should be.
Well, wow. I couldn't figure out why I had to think like a woman for calling when I could dance both positions and intertwine. You know, it was like, why can't I do it?
You need to confuse yourself by picking one and then learning that one. And then once you get it, unless you're willing to do as much work as I do to calculate it over. But the one last thing that I was going to say, because you guys went on for a while, is the idea of virtual calling. I have a thing called virtual dancing and virtual calling, which are virtual mic time, virtual floor time, and virtual mic time. So when I was learning choreography, learning dancing, like as a dancer, as a challenge dancer, I used to read the books and then dance the level without going to classes for a while. And the way I did that was I read through the book several times, and I can tell you all the earlier steps, but the relevant step here that applies to calling is, say there's a call like relay the shadow or something. I would try to picture, I'm in a tidal wave and I'm on the very end of a right-handed tidal wave. How do you do the call? And you have to think of it. Okay, I'm the second person from the end of the tidal wave. The call is relay the shadow. What do you do? That kind of thing. So what I ended up really doing for my challenge, to push myself on my challenge, is I would literally say, I'm in an 8-chain through, I'm the inside, bow position facing out. and I read through the entire list, the entire challenge list from the beginning all the way to the end. And I have to immediately say, what do I do? And where do I end up? And is it legal? And I have to be able to make that assessment like in a quarter of a second or something, whatever it is. And I did that for every call. And then I could go from reading the book to literally the very, very first time ever to dance any of the calls live in an open dance. And people thought I just knew the level because I'd gotten the practice. So I don't mean to boast so much because I was so very gung-ho about square dancing, and there weren't any classes. And I used that technique to also help my calling. And this is my reference to you. Okay. So for calling, what you can do is instead of counting sheep to fall asleep in the evening, what you can do is just simply call from a squared set. Heads past the ocean, ping pong circulate, relay the deucey, swing through, spin the top, grand swing through, boys run, couples hinge, couples circulate. I don't know if you're following any of that, but if you can do that, what you can do is that you can stop if you feel confused and then back up and see if it really is what you thought it was. And if you can track gender and call virtually, like I just described in your head, tracking it in your head, then you will go a long way to improve your call out. I would recommend is for you to get practice while you don't have any dancers and you don't need a caller workshop or anything, is to just simply try to call and track gender, track all the genders, and try to get, a little bit risky. You get the two boys together in a couple circulate and Ferris wheel, all the girls are in the middle, ladies lead Dixie style to a wave. What do you got? What is your ending position? That was a single file Dixie style, by the way. So you could think about tracking gender and what it does with your calling. And if you can call live, tracking gender virtually, then your microphone experience will improve drastically. I will say you might even cheat. You can get the 30 years of calling experience in only 20 years. Actually, I don't think so, but you can at least, you got to hope and try it.
Oh, yeah.
I would just second everything he said, and
Okay.
the way that I learned a lot of the stuff was the same way, not as methodically all the way through, but I had lots of people around me to ask, so I would be doing a lot of things in my head and trying to work them out and practice them. But then if I got stuck or something, then I generally could scare up a square of people and like, oh yeah, you gotta everybody come over here and show me how you do whatever relay the top or something. And but yeah, that kind of visualization is going to help you a lot. That's how I remember one time I'd been calling C2 for probably a couple of years at that point, and everybody was going to go out to I think it was a pace dance in Northern California, somewhere out there. And I was in Boston at the time, and so I learned C3A on the plane trip out there, and then when I got there, they're like, "What hall are we going to dance in?" I'm like, "Oh, let's go do 3A," and of course I was terribly nervous, but I could do it. I remember one of the first tips I was in. It was Hodson calling. I remember that, and I don't know what he called, some normal call. And the square I was in is full of plenty of experienced dancers, been doing the level for a while, and they were trying to pull me into some spot. I'm like, no, I go over here. And finally, I guess what he called was a little unusual. I didn't recognize it as unusual because I had no experience at that level yet. But a lot of squares were broken down, and we were the square right in front of him. And people are arguing with me, and he's like, "No, Chris is right." I was like, "All right." Hodson said I was right, and I just got off the plane. But anyway, yeah, that's how a lot of challenge dancers learn things. Actually, you're expected to be able to just take some definitions home and come back, next week and be able to do all those calls without ever having seen them with people before.
Okay.
But that kind of visualization uh, that's required to do that will definitely help you in calling. And of course, it doesn't matter what the level is. I mean, even if the call is square through 3 or, you know, spin the top or something, same thing, same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
How
Some
did,
of it is I'm starting to see it in my head, right? That visualization is coming, but it's slow, right? And I can be patient with other people, but I want it now. I want
you
my brain to
remember,
work now.
you have a whole lifetime. You know, nothing needs to happen by the end of this week. It's quite all right.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, where I'm at, I live north. Um, we only have one group that is slowly maturing, and so this particular group, it's like, okay, how many years have I still got? you know, so unless we can find new dancers.
Well, we have
So,
to that for any activity at all, and certainly for square dancing, it's all about new dancers, right? The
yeah.
the people who've been dancing for a while, they tend to forget that. But unless you have a steady stream of new people coming in all the time, square dancing will die. And that's not just square dancing, but I mean that's just the way it is. That's why this SSD thing is worthwhile. People may argue about what's on the list or this or that or how's it going to interact with the other levels and blah blah blah. And then the answer to that is who knows. Um, that's some of the things are kind of predictable and some of them are not, and it's going to be a new dynamic after this pandemic anyway. So never mind all that jazz. The important thing about SSD is that it's an approachable level that you can get new people into all the time, and they have the key thing is that there's a real, honest to God, first class, not kidding, dance for them on a very regular basis. A monthly dance or however much you can manage. But to me that's the important and the good thing about SSD is that it'll have uh, dances that are for what we would call beginners essentially, and it'll have them all the time that they can go to as a first class thing, and that's the best way to get people into dancing. There'll be a very few people who go into SSD will be interested in more calls beyond that or higher levels or whatever. That'll attract some people, but as long as there's an ongoing low level thing for them to go into, and we probably shouldn't say low level, because apparently that upsets people. But an approachable, reliable dance that they can go to, and it's only a few weeks until I can bring my friends into the class because that was fun, or I forgot because I went off and got busy with my job, or my mother got sick, or whatever it is. There's being able to get back into it and being able to always have a stream of people, only a few of whom are gonna might stick with their whole life, or especially going on to other levels or something. But you got to have that pump at the bottom, and that's what I'm hoping SSD will manage to do.
Yeah, I know I'm going to have to change all my singers now because I build the singers that I've got on mainstream, and I know last year I had never heard about SSD before, so I was calling on the circuit, and was in one, just walked in the door and they said, can you go on stage next because somebody else just got a phone call and they can't go out. And so I had no idea about the floor, and I just did my mainstream thing as normal, where I was thinking I could do that because that's what I'd done the previous year. And all of a sudden, in the middle of my mainstream call, two of the squares just froze. And I thought, what the heck is going on? And it turned out, because it was SSD, they did not know a particular call. Right? And nobody had told me there was SSD on the floor. It's because it was supposed to be a mainstream room, right? And it was like, oh, so this is what happens when certain dancers don't have the vocabulary, right? And it was like, okay, so now I've talked to several other people, in the lower part of BC, and they're saying they want to start doing SSD. So it means that all my material now has to be adjusted, or at least have two variations of it, so that if I'm on the circuit, I have SSD.
You call spin the top and the whole floor in unison goes, spin the top, except they're not kidding. What? Spin the what?
Well, and you're not allowed to teach on the floor, right? And when you're in a circuit. So their thing was, can you teach it? So, and I didn't know you were not allowed to teach it. So I taught it. And then it was like, okay, just don't do that again. You're not allowed to teach. But what do you do when you have your floor is just, it was like, okay. And the dancers are begging for an explanation.
I
but
say you did the right thing. There's nothing wrong with that. You can teach, although I recommend that teaching is also an enjoyable part of the evening, and then that's fine. You're good.
Well, it wasn't meant to be, but I didn't know it was that there was SSD. Like I said, I hadn't even heard of SSD. They were just starting out, and the circuit the year before it was mainstream, right? Just total mainstream. So it was like, why are these people all of a sudden, But it was. I learned a lot from that, because I will never ever go unprepared. Well, I didn't know I was unprepared, right? So my suggestion was that if we're going to go on the circuit again, we need an SSD room, right? Because the mainstream people can go into the SSD room, but the SSD people can't go into the mainstream.
Yeah.
And so if we're going to have a level, the lowest level needs to be accommodated, and that doesn't mean that. But then SSD is more directional symmetry, so we can have more left-handed things, right? So, which I think I will enjoy. I can see myself leaning towards that. So,
I think that's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely, amen, and congratulations.
So, I mean, I've been to a dance in Germany where they do much more left-handed choreography, and I like that. And so, and it's totally unpredictable. The way they're dancing, their basic is what we do in mainstream. I thought left-handed choreography was plus, because we don't normally do that much left-handed stuff in mainstream. So when I went up to plus, it was like, okay, that's when you learn this stuff, right? Then when I went into the German group, it was like, oh, they're learning it at basic already, right? So you have much more variation.
I remember going to it was one of my very first plus dances, plus gigs. I had so I'd been calling challenge, and I only called low-level stuff like plus to a select group of people at my home club who could do anything. And so I had very little experience with what normal plus clubs were like. I mean, I've been to some dances, but I didn't really appreciate quite how different they were from what I was used to. So, but anyway, it's still shocking. I got to one of my very first plus dances, I'm going to call, to like people who, established clubs with, that have been dancing forever, and not anybody that knew me or anything like that. And so I brought along a square or two of people from my club. So everybody was like, "Oh yeah, let's go out with Chris. He's going to go to the outside club." And so I'm calling along, and broke a good part of the floor down at one point by calling something simple. It wasn't left-handed, anything complicated. I kind of think it was left square through. But I was a little boggled. It's like, what happened to those squares over there? Whatever. And I didn't call a lot of left-hand stuff apparently. And then at the after party, which was just me and my friends from the home club, they hadn't been out to regular normal people clubs either. And so we're sitting around, and one of the girls is saying, there was that one time I was in the back square. I don't know if you saw. You called left, probably square 33, and we tried to do it, and they wouldn't do it. And I'm trying to get the and there's this lady in front of me, and she's saying, "Oh no, dear, I'm sorry, we don't do lefts." They didn't even want to hear the call. All they heard was left, and they were like, "Yeah, we're out."
Well, and actually, they're doing it already. If you just, I mean, I said to one or two people, I said, now pretend you're doing a square through 4, but don't do the first hand, and then just go left, right, left. Well, there you go. You've just done a left-handed square through 3, right? If you just, oh. So it was a matter of having them think a bit differently.
That was the day that I realized the abysmal state of plus choreography in the United States. Because people had sort of hinted, other clubs aren't like us. They won't do all these calls, and they won't do them, whatever. That was the first time I was that point was driven home that at that time, this was in the mid '80s, that the level creep of people wanting to go up the level, and the callers probably egging them on and not teaching them properly, either before that or at the level they're going to or whatever. And basically it's like people can't dance worth a damn at that level. They can only do the calls from exactly one position, and that was a big shocker to me, that how bad that could be.
Well, it's interesting, and every group is different, right? Because I was lucky enough to be able to, at the very beginning, to call for my regular group that's more mature, and then somebody offered me a chance to guest call at an out of town group where they actually have kids and some teenagers, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you have to change your speed. Because these guys dance faster, and they figure out things. The kids figure out things really quickly, and stuff. And it was like they just naturally adapt to it. And I thought, this is sort of fun, But having to sort of see where the speed is and trying to figure it out. And when I started with just records, right? And so somebody was teasing or whatever, and they would go to the turntable and move the speed on me. Oh. And so then so then your pitch changes and stuff, right? So then I had to learn all my singers from at least 3 or 4 different speeds, if not more, because it was like, you can pull this on me once, but you're never going to pull that on me again. So when they started to adjust the speed, I just changed along with them, right? So then it wasn't fun anymore. They quit doing it. But but it took a lot of time in the beginning to have to learn it from different speeds, because I would just play it once, and then I play it in a different speed and a different speed and a different speed until I learned all the different ones. But yeah,
it sounds like a fun group that you had a nice rapport with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now learning it with the laptop, you get to start it all over again, right? And so, and then my old laptop went, and then I had to get a different laptop, and it's all different again. So it's like, and my Square View never ended up with the library. I bought the laptop, and I asked the place where it was to download Square View, but it turned out the library wasn't there, and I was trying to figure out where the music was and for the lyrics and stuff, and it wasn't there. So it's been rather interesting learning how to use some of this stuff.
Yep. Yep.
I think it was nicer, at least for me. I'm enjoying the pitch. I wouldn't want to go back to just doing records again, but it was easier just to be able to put the record on the turntable and without having to learn all the computer stuff that went along with it.
Yeah, I like having an analog control for that sort of thing. I like having a little speed adjustment handle. I like that interface better than the up and down button.
So it because there's a lot of things that I didn't. Well, I don't know. Some of you may know more about computers, but I certainly didn't when I started. So things like the Zoom groups, like that you could have. I didn't even know what a chat was, let alone that you could save it. And those kind of things. So it's been quite a learning curve. But some of my friends that do have more I had computer skills from the 80s, and then I had an IT guy at work, and I had an IT guy at home. So things magically got done for me, right? So now I'm learning how to do it myself.
Well, the main thing to know about computers is that everybody tells you, oh, this is user-friendly, this is user-friendly. What's your problem? It's user-friendly. Okay, so I'll make a maybe a little arrogant statement here. There isn't anybody that knows anything more about computers than I do, really. And I'm here to tell you that, no, it's not user-friendly. They're lying to you. As a rule, it's not user-friendly. It's crap. Some things are nice, but mostly it's crap.
So yeah, and now I have a turntable that's hooked up. I have a laptop that's connected to a turntable that's connected to another laptop, which is connected to a Roland, which is an old-fashioned way of saying an external sound card, because I had one of those at home. And it's like,
Yeah, but just remember, the reason that you can't figure out something to do with the computers or whatever is not, that's not your fault. That's the same, that's like you called some call to somebody that never heard that before, and they have no idea what the call is, right?
Yeah.
Whose fault is that? The caller or them?
Yes.
So and it's actually worse than that. It's actually worse than that. Yeah, computers are not user friendly, and they mostly don't make sense. They sometimes they kind of do. Once in a while they have somebody does a great job, but I mean, by and large, your computer experience is 99% dominated by poorly designed, especially from a user interface standpoint, software that's buggy pieces of crap with horrible user interfaces that they foist on you, and then they tell you, they want to make you feel bad that it doesn't work the way you expect, or it doesn't work at all. Not that I'm cynical or anything.
I can tell you that I was motivated to learn software because of exactly this. I said, well, if all I have to do is do this kind of crap, I could probably do this. So I got into it, which I can also say is, by the way, how I got into calling, because I think somebody in the comments said, they can't break into their local square dance market because they have a lot of really good callers. And that's how I felt in the Bay Area. There's a lot of really, really good callers here. But I went to one happy little loving club that had all these wonderful dancers, and the caller was awful. I mean, the caller was just like, I couldn't believe that the bar was so low to be a caller. And I've never known how to thank that person for getting me into calling. They were significant in my life, and I can't ever let them know why.
So why wouldn't you tell them?
Oh, I got into square dance calling because you were so bad that it made me feel.
Oh, like yeah, no.
So
you had Yeah.
software on computers is written so poorly that I thought I could do it. And that's actually true for square dance calling as well. I learned to be a caller because the bar had been dropped so low by this one particular person, and they had a loving and wonderful club. And by the way, they kicked him out and they got me. That actually did happen. I really felt bad for the poor guy because he was a sweet guy and he's a wonderful singer, but he was bad.
Yeah.
I remember when I was first starting to call, going around to different clubs and visiting them to largely to check out the teaching. That's what I was interested in because I was very, very familiar with how the teaching was done at my club. But I went around to other places, and I could not believe how bad it was. After a few trips out to different clubs, I was like, "Oh my God, no wonder." And that just made me think, well, I can do a lot better job with this teaching, and I think I'm going to have to really spend a lot of time figuring out how to teach. But what I'm seeing here is, I kind of thought the teaching at my club maybe wasn't exactly so great because some of the people there kind of complained about it sometimes. But boy, if they saw reality, oh my Lord.
Well, and now we're also talking on Zoom about how can we incorporate the different learning styles, right? So one caller said they're actually using a whiteboard to make it visual to the dancers that don't learn auditorily, and I'm in one group where because of we're in Zoom and he's got a larger family, so they can have 4 people on the floor, and they're doing demonstration squares. And I thought, wouldn't it be nice when you're teaching to have somebody actually, while they're explaining it, to have somebody actually doing the moves. So that's a different learning style again, right? So if we could actually incorporate both, right, that it's not just auditorily, then who knows how many more people would stick around, have more aha moments where we're not burning their brain cells because they're using a learning style that's not complementary to how they learn. Because we've basically just been telling them how to dance.
I say you're on a very good path. You're doing absolutely the right thing. But I can also tell you this, that I don't think it really makes that big of a difference, that even that terrible caller managed to get 2 squares every week for a while. I guess it got down to 1 at some point. And then everybody was talking about how much better square dancing could be. And I went in there and I thought I was doing better, but I still don't think I ever got that square much bigger than it ever was, that club. I don't think the littler things really matter that much. It's just the good energy of a club that's overwhelmingly the number one most important thing. And then every single other thing is, struggling for the few percent left over that you have.
What I like with one of the callers said in one Zoom meeting was they like the groups that stayed, because they had more than one group in their area. The groups that stayed consistently, and it would fluctuate a bit because of personal issues, but the ones that were social groups that had square dancing in common, where they cared about each other and there was a friendship there. And they said one time they were square dancing and it started to rain, and they went in the garage and the rain stopped, and they said, "Oh, why can't we just keep talking for half an hour before we go back out again?" Right? And those, I don't think we realized how important the social aspect of square dancing was until we've had the Zoom now. And if we can incorporate that, and I think in the 70s and stuff, we didn't have as many things that we had to do. Our schedules weren't quite as cluttered. And so we had more time to socialize before and after square dancing. And I remember in the 80s when I was square dancing, we weren't in a rush to go home, right? We had an extra cup of coffee or tea and hung out. And so maybe that's the secret ingredient, right?
The whole the square dancing. The reason everybody's like, oh, what's wrong with square dancing? Why has it been in this downward spiral all this time, and now it's kind of dead? Is it the calls? Is it all kinds of stupid things like that? No, it's that the activity, the way we've designed it, is just not compatible with modern lifestyles, time commitments, the pace of things, the range of options that people have, and just how they live their lives does not go along with come and take lessons every week, for 2 hours on Tuesday. Oh, and by the way, a year from now, we'll let you maybe go to your first dance. That it's just not that's just not where people are at these days, and so that's why these programs that are designed to be so much shorter, only a few weeks long. Um, Personally, if it were me, I wouldn't make it be a 12-week or a 14-week program. I'd make it be a 6-week program. But um, but that's the sort of thing. Just but the social cohesiveness is totally the thing. That's why people are going to want to come and do a thing and stick with it, and you know have a good. The dancing is people people aren't in some sense going square dancing because they need to go dancing. They're going because they have some free time and they want to fill it up with something fun, and the fun thing is going to be with other people, and so dancing sounds like a thing, uh, especially square dancing, which sounds uh, different than ballroom dancing, right? You tell some typical American man, why don't you go learn the ballroom dance, and he's not going to be interested in that at all. Uh, you tell him we're going to go square dance, it's like a group thing. Come on along, and that has a very different feel to it. Um, but and that might be a little more palatable. But yeah, you got to have that. It has to be a party. Every dance I put on, I try to do everything I can to make it seem like we're having a party, and of course the club is usually doing that too. But like I'll give you an example. The Let's say you go to a dance and they don't have rounds, so it's not 2+2. There's no round dancing or anything. Um, After my tip is over, uh, I put on some background music. I bring some. I have a selection of music that I bring that's just designed to be pleasant and sort of uplifting, not dreary music. Just some happy sort of party background music, and I put that on in between tips, and that goes a long way towards people feeling like, oh, this is a party. Um, and I get a lot of comments on that. People really like that because it's otherwise they're kind of like, okay, well now it's sit down time. Let's all just sit down. Oh, maybe you feel like getting some coffee or something, but what you really want is for them to be socializing with each other and whatever, and you really want to kind of create that atmosphere. That's what's going to keep groups together. That's what makes them think they had a heart. I mean, they don't care what I called really. Um, I mean, yes, most people that book me know that they're going to call. Here's Chris, and he'll call some stuff, and it'll be different than the other people, maybe to some degree, and whatever. And uh, frankly, yeah, I do that, but that's not why they really like my calling. That's another example of asking the dancers, what do you like? Well, uh, they attribute a lot of it to oh, his material is a little different. Um, but other things they say are, oh, he uses music that's a little bit different. Um, but I think the real thing that they like is that we're having a party, and that I project that. Um, and that's what people walk out of there. That's what they walk out of there feeling like they went to a fun time. We had fun. Whatever fun means to them. But the socialization is a huge part of it.
Yeah, and I have the perspective of both the 80s, and because I had time off now, right? So in the 80s we had 3 nights, one for beginners, one for mainstream, and one for plus, right? Um, and so when you learn as a beginner, you had 2 hours or 2.5 hours on the floor Now, because the group has gotten smaller, we've combined the basic and the mainstream. So anybody starting new gets an hour, and then they can stick around and watch the mainstream, but they can't participate in it. So they only get an hour's worth, right? So then they were saying, well, the dancers aren't learning as fast. And I said, yeah, but they're not learning as fast because they don't have as much floor time as we used to give them. And so we need to keep that in perspective. So either, they need to review some of the moves before you give them new ones. And otherwise you're not going to, so it has to be realistic too. Like you can't just give them new stuff all the time. I mean, unless they're willing to practice at home, which not everybody can do. So that's different, because I mean, we used to have it when we had a dance and we did it on the weekend where the out of towners would come. The chairs would have to be outside because there just wasn't space in the hall, right? If you needed a break, you grabbed a chair and you sat outside, and hopefully it wouldn't rain. I mean, we don't have that problem anymore, right? We don't have that many squares anymore. So those are the kind of things that are different. But I wonder, because we've combined the nights, how many new dancers we have lost because they didn't have that beginning feel of 2.5 hours of learning where they could actually really ingrain what they were learning,
One trick, one thing I generally think is a good idea is integrating the beginners into the club as quickly as possible. That's going to require the club wanting to adjust to this, and so maybe you have your dance and the beginners come in early, and they have their lesson for however long that is, and then when it's dance time, okay, the club is showing up now. Well, first of all, the club should have, hopefully some amount of the club showed up earlier, but but sort of a better way to do this is to have definitely some dedicated dance time, learning time for them, but also to interleave it a little bit more with the club. You get the club people in there right away. They're angeling the people, and we're doing class level teaching and dancing, and when it's time to start the club level tips, which plus or whatever, sure, okay, it's 9 o'clock or whatever, 8:30. Let's start the club now. Give them a tip, and then have the next tip be a beginner tip for the class level, whatever it is they've been learning. Let them stick around for it, and then again have maybe 2 class tips in a row, or maybe you put another club tip in there. Exactly how you arrange it depends on sort of the schedules and the stamina of the beginners. Basically how long can you get them to stay? But
Yeah.
But having them dancing with the club, and not necessarily every tip, because some tips are going to be plus level or whatever. I think that's a good idea in terms of sort of integrating. There are some people who are like, you should never do a multi-level dance. That's terrible, because some people will go and they'll think, I paid the same amount as these people, and yet I only get to dance every 3rd tip or something. Well, and then you get other people who are like, no, I only want plus all night. I don't want to deal with, I don't buy it. I think that having the, in fact, what I think when we talk about these SSD dances, so you've been through your however many weeks of SSD and you're going to your dance, and let's say it's a monthly dance. What I envision doing with that, if we can get any going, is to not necessarily have just an SSD dance. Could have some of those too, but I think there's nothing wrong with having a multi-level dance. Other kinds of dances have multi-level things, where they'll say, okay, this this next one is going to be for the more experienced people, right? I mean, they even do that in like contra dancing and stuff. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And it gets everybody together, sort of more of one big happy family.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting how things work out. We can't go in early because there's a daycare in the building before us. So there's limited social things happening, and we can't keep it too late because there's people that are working and have to get up early the next morning. So the socializing has to happen between tips. But we also have rounds. So anybody that does rounds, then they don't have that social aspect. They're choosing, right? So they'll be watching the other people dance if they have to. It's a balancing act. We're still working on it. I'm trying to figure it out.
It's tricky with today's schedules that people have. They don't want to stay late. Maybe a big reason people don't want to stay later where I am is just because of the traffic. The traffic where I live is unbelievable, and getting home from work and then over to the dance, so difficult.
Even during the pandemic?
Well, during the pandemic, we're not doing anything, but but before that, when things were normal, and so then they're not going to, they're going to get out of there as soon as they can, because, oh my God, now we're going to have to go brave the traffic again, which they dread, and it's going to take them too long, the travel times, even though you're not going anywhere, you're going 5 miles and it takes you an hour, so those kind of things definitely factor into, how you schedule the evening and what you can do.
Yeah, and so most of our dancing gets done in the wintertime. So we have about a month or month and a half before the snow flies. And so depending on what kind of weather conditions we've had, there might be a whole bunch of people from that before the dance had to clear off the car and shovel who knows how much snow. Or we'll be lucky enough not to have it, but as the dance progresses, the snow starts and everybody knows they need to go home and shovel out their driveway before they can put their car in, right? So that kind of stuff factors in as well. And what kind of road conditions are you going to have, right? So there's some dancers, even if they know there's snow coming, well, then they can't do too much before the dance because they know they have to do the shoveling or the snow blowing or something after. So it would be nice if we could actually have it in the summertime. But then there's dancers that will go on the circuit, so they're not available, and they're some of our stronger dancers. So there's that balance of things, but in a way that makes it interesting, right? But I find that you cannot say, okay, I'm going to prepare for this level of dance quality, because based on, and some of them, 1 week they're looking after their grandkids and the next they're not, right? So now they've had 4 or 5 hours of looking after their grandkids and then they're going to dance. Well, they're going to dance differently than the week before, when they could have read a book before going square dancing.
One thing I noticed somewhere along the way is the amazing magical power of coffee and snacks. There were dancers that would come in, excuse me, and it'd be like, what is wrong with these people? Some weeks they're fine, and some other weeks they're like out of their minds. They can't do anything. And but it turns out that if you put enough sugar and stuff in them, they do a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I've been in charge of the kitchen on on nights when I don't call, right? Before I used to do it all the time. Now that I've started calling, I said I can't help with setting up the stage and do kitchen at the same time. I can't be in 2 places at once. But yeah, making sure that that coffee kettle is on and putting some snacks out ahead of time does make a difference. Yeah. So, but that's the part that I like about square dancing is that there's multifacets, right? So there, I help with the decorating. I think that when we have theme nights, like if you have a Christmas dance and you can put Christmas decorations up, or if you're having St. Patrick's and everything is, you have green decorations and people choose to wear green clothes if they want to. That in itself sets a tone already, right? And now I'm collecting things like Christmas music and St. Pat's music and stuff to take that to a different level. So, but we were lucky enough to have somebody that really liked decorating and kept everything in bins because we have such a limited time between. We can't go in early, right? Because of the daycare. Mm-hmm. So we can't. So everything has to be done quick. So we have literally bins for each table. Each bin has whatever in it, or if we don't need quite as many things, it's all in Ziploc bags, and everybody grabs something and is trained now how to organize. We've learned to get around it, but it does. Yeah, but if you want the party atmosphere, you need to work on all those things, right? The snacks, coordinate the theme, and that all contributes to the whole, right?
Yep.
So
even if there's no snacks and no decorations, like one of the most fun groups that I ever did in my whole life was about 6 or 8 months before the pandemic, and that was a group that we had a nice place to dance with a nice wood floor and everything. It was a nice dining facility in a clubhouse, and but we didn't ever put up decorations. All they had was water. There was probably coffee, but there was nothing else. They didn't have snacks, and they never decorated. Although there might be some decorations hanging around. If it was Christmas or something, the decorations from the dining room would still be intact. But it was but the group was just a super positive bunch of people. The people that ran it just did a wonderful job of making everybody feel welcome and taken care of, and then I think I helped from whatever I could do from the stage to sort of perpetuate just that feeling that here we are and this is a party, and that group was just a joy to go to, and everybody and the people there, they just loved it. They loved it. They loved me. I got so much ego boo out of this, you can't believe it. And all that was really going on there. Well, okay, yes, my lessons were very technically good and all that stuff, but the atmosphere I projected for the whole thing was a party, and that just that's what really made it. And, I mean, those people went away being really happy because of the environment that was created there.
Yeah, I want to go to one of your dances now.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, it's not that big a deal, right? It's just something that it's easy to forget, and that a lot of times people just don't pay that much mind to, and it's just little things, and they just add up. people just really take the tone of the event from whatever you're doing on stage. And if you're tired and low energy, or your mind is a little bit somewhere else or whatever, they pick up on that. So it's like it's like that guy in what was that movie? It was a movie about Bob Fosse or something, right? And he's getting ready to go on for his jazz on stage for the jazz performance, and he's in the mirror and he's like, okay, showtime, right? You got to get yourself a little bit psyched up. I'm not a loud, hoot and holler. I'm like a very reserved kind of guy on stage as well. But they know that we're having fun, and sometimes I'm very serious, and they still know that we're having fun, and that at the end of this none of it really matters, right? When you walk out of this dance, your stock portfolio has not going to have been changed by it. It's just a dance, and I think I get across to people that we're just having a good time, just being like a normal person, like friendly and whatever.
Yeah.
But a lot of callers don't do that. If they did, nobody would notice when I do it.
I often thought, sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, Jolanda, but I've often thought that if you have an existing club with an existing caller and you think that caller is awful and they're mean or whatever, but if that caller changes, you may lose half the group because that other caller has some kind of a different personality, and there's some kind of a lot of clubs you could change the caller and it's not going to change anything, but there are certain situations where the club's energy and the caller somehow melds together. I mean, you basically people that like you and your music after some period of time. So no matter what you are, what you do.
That's what I was saying before with Hannah too. If we can all be ourselves, then we will find the people that like our way of calling, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
It's natural. You're just you, and you just do your regular thing, and they love you, and that's it. That's where we all want to be. And kudos to Chris for having found that in your life. That's pretty awesome.
Those are things I didn't understand when I first started calling, because to some degree and in some ways the audiences that I was calling to early on, it didn't matter that much because they were extremely focused on the choreography, but to the exclusion of almost everything else. But at some point I thought to myself, they say if you ask them, they don't care about the music and they don't care about this and that. But at the same time, they say, oh, we like Chris better, and they can't explain it, right? But I can. It's because of paying attention to those other little things that even if you ask them, do you care about this? They'd say, oh no, we don't care about that. But they do.
Or they may not even realize.
Level.
Yeah, I was going to say, they may not even realize that it's important, but they just realize it feels better.
Yeah.
So if you do it naturally enough that it's not obvious, then it means you're on the right track.
Yeah. Now, see, you're not going to have any trouble with this because you're a nice, bubbly, energetic person, and who's basically happy. And when you go out there and do your thing, people are going to relate to that. All you have to do is make sure that you don't hide it, or that you don't get so overly focused on things that you've sort of become not yourself. You just keep up your personality and you go out there and you do your thing. And I mean, you personally, you're gonna do well.
Thank you. As long as I can learn how to move those dances around, that might be beneficial, right?
They like it when you don't screw up too much, but yeah.
On Zoom I can prep things ahead of time, right? And stuff, and actually reuse some of my material sometimes, although I tweak, right? As I'm learning. But I know that that I have a lot to learn still. So, but that's okay. That's okay.
I've been doing it forever, it feels like, and I still have a lot to learn. There's really no end in sight ever, and that's part of the fun of it.
Yeah, that's part of it for me. Is I just need to balance how quickly I learn it. But part of it is knowing that there is no end in sight. You know, it won't get boring. I won't have to find something else to learn. There's enough material here to keep me going for years.
Oh yeah.
You know. But if the choreography could be a little bit easier, that'd be nice. I must admit, it's nice to put a singer on and just and just wing it, right? And throwing a different figure in and just have fun. You know,
absolutely.
The choreography that I was lucky enough that somebody went and said, Londa, would you like a little bit of help with some of your choreography? And we smoothed the edges out, you know, where I was where the person was going around in circles just a tad. So that's helpful, right? And then I found square view 4 equivalents, and so I went through my choreography and I said to myself, you can have 1 or 2 square view 4s to begin with, but the rest will be equivalent. So at least for the dancers, it won't be the same thing over and over again. So and that's what I mean about getting the choreography, you know, the knowledge for choreography, and so that if I know, okay, this is the equivalent to right and left through, that I can go into the choreography and go, okay, so is it possible for me time-wise, you know, in a singer or something, can I use that instead, right? So it's not the same all the time.
All the stuff with the choreography and all the technical aspects of this stuff, it gets easier. There's a very steep learning curve at the beginning.
Yes.
just on that part alone, and never mind that you're trying to also learn how to do 6 other things at the same time while you're doing this. But yeah, but you know, later on, once you sort of get some stuff really down, you'll find that understanding more stuff becomes easier.
Well, and it didn't help that this last year I started with regular 4-couple stuff, and then somebody said, would you be interested in, you know, in doing 4-couple but no progression? And then it was, are you interested in doing some 2-couple stuff? So now I had 3 different. Oh, do you want to do some 1-couple stuff? So now it's like, you want to do some really easy plus stuff? And I thought, oh, I can just grab my old plus material, and I thought, no, I can't. It's 2-couple, right? So once you actually have a base of material, then you just add to it. But I keep starting in a new variation of it and I have to start from scratch. So
if you want to reuse that 2-couple plus material, you know, since a square is just 2 sets of 4 couples, right? You can just corner box star through and then call your 2-couple material until you get to the end where it's going to get them home, and you might need to make a little adjustment there. But I mean, most of all choreography is 4-person stuff.
Yes, but learning how to tweak it is the newbie part still, right?
Well, what you could do is you could take, let's say you had a module that was that you'd written out or a little routine or whatever for 2 couples. Well, you know how to get them into lines, right?
Yeah.
And so what you could do is you could take that 2-couple stuff, and then you could that you already wrote, and then you could just do it with checkers or whatever your favorite checker technique is. And when you get towards the end of the sequence where it's supposed to say, you're home or something, before you get to that last call, just look at the checkers and see where they are, and now just write the ending, which is probably going to be something like, grade by square root of 3 or something. It'll be something pretty easy.
Yeah. You know what? We have half an hour or less before Mel is on. I don't know if you're planning on go to him. I need a couple of minutes to have some lunch.
Wow, yeah. I can't believe, yeah.
Mel
I
doesn't
have.
start at 7 o'clock.
Pardon me?
Mel doesn't start till 7 o'clock New York time, Eastern Standard Time.
Officially, but people start talking down there an hour before.
Yeah,
Usually.
so that'd be 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that's probably that's probably 4 o'clock your time.
Oh, that's right. There was a time change. Thank you. Right, we had the time change last week. Okay, so then I'm not in so much of a hurry.
Yeah.
Anyway, nice to hear your.
Nonetheless.
Yes, yeah. Nonetheless, I probably have a couple of things I should be
Nice
doing.
to hear your voice, Michael, there at the end, and all you guys. I enjoyed it, but I'm cutting out right here too. So
Okay. Yeah.
take care,
Bye.
and we'll see you. Absolutely,
Appreciate
it's
it,
great.
Rich.
Yeah.
I was listening. I'm working all day, so
Yeah, I've been working too, actually. So
Yeah.
there you go.
now I'm an
Okay.
accountant, so I got a fun week.
Wonderful. Do your thing and feel good about it.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, Rich,
Yeah.
thanks again.
You're very welcome.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to run off here too, I think, and eating something sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and throw in a load of laundry, those typical kind of things, and maybe do some prep for my tip. Or tips actually this week.
Yep.
Okay. And I will get back to you on the choreography aspect, Chris, if
Oh yeah, sure.
you offered.
And we don't have to do it at 8 in the morning or whatever. We can,
Hopefully not.
because I'm not getting up at 8 in the morning. But we can do it at some more sane time that isn't.
What time zone are you in?
I'm in Eastern. I'm in DC.
Okay, so there's 3 hours difference between you and myself. Okay.
Yeah. So probably
Yeah.
I'll be if you pick any same time at all, I'll be fine with it because surely I'll have gotten up by then.
Yes, then so you're 3 hours ahead. Okay,
Right.
I need to get something to eat though because it's 12:41 on my end.
Yep.
Okay, so I have a couple of hours. Cool. Okay, thank you for all the chit chat. I appreciate it. But I need
Thank
to
you. It's
get
nice to
my
see you as
household
always.
rolling. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. If there's anybody else that's actually still here, as opposed to just having your thing turned on, nice to see you, and see you around the Zoom probably pretty soon. Night night.
Just about, and everybody's gone.